Chapter 1238. In Wan Shuaishan's opinion, since his father was the sky inspecting minister, that what was so strange about Zhuo Xiaoduo's current achievements? It was just a deformed product of countless high-quality resources. Who knew how many resources these rich and powerful second-generation officials had snatched away from us? It was probably because of this that this kind of personality, as well as the envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Xiaoduo deep his heart, caused this genius student, who ancestral Gregon was proud of, to develop an indescribable hatred towards Xiaoduo in his heart. Therefore, when the Celestial Lord ascended, he was naturally chosen when there were not enough people in the Stargate sect. And this opportunity was tantamount to a windfall for Wan Shuaishan. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of the profound returning realm. How could he dare to fight against Xiaoduo? However, with the possession of the Celestial Lord, he had the power of the Tao integration stage. What kind of concept was this? This was clearly the heavens helping him defeat Xiaoduo, showing that he was the chosen one. This was the true gift of the heavens. In today's society, all kinds of novels were emerging endlessly. There were portable grandpas, portable treasures, and so on. Everyone had already read a lot of them. It was almost as if they were everywhere. At this moment, to Wan Shuaishan, this was his cheat. He had ascended to the throne of the Son of Providence in one fell swoop. From now on, he will be the main character. All the beauties in this world, all the treasures in this world, they were all his. They were all his. How could there be anything else to say? Who would have thought that a Celestial Lord's power could be so powerful? He even had so many Dharma spells and such profound divine abilities. Please possess me, Celestial Lord, and kill Xiaoduo. Wan Shuaishan bowed respectfully to the sky. Before he finished speaking, a burst of starlight flashed, and Wan Shuaishan's aura instantly changed. It was thick and magnificent, as if he was with the heavens. He was a completely different person from before. Xiaoduo, kill yourself. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Xiaoduo coughed and said, I haven't asked. Which of the Celestial Lords are you? Wan Shuaishan said, I'm the Great Gate Celestial Lord. Xiaoduo said indifferently, the Great Gate Celestial Lord. Ancient times, heavenly jade, the second star of the Big Dipper, the Dark Star. As expected, the moment the Great Celestial Lord appeared, there was life and death, right and wrong. The ancients did not lie. The Great Celestial Lord said, You are quite knowledgeable. Since you know of this Star Lord's reputation, why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want this Star Lord to do it personally? At that time, Celestial Lord, blamed Celestial Lord, Celestial Lord, Celestial Lord. So Xiaoduo's face was filled with helplessness as he said faintly, I'm a person who won't shed tears until I see the coffin. If I hurt myself, it will inevitably be more painful than a normal fight. I'll have to trouble Star Monarch to do it personally. Don't worry, I'm a very open-minded person. Celestial, 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 Celestial. As the Great Gate Star Monarch spoke, he pulled out Myriad Water's mountain sword. Xiaoduo clenched his fists and put on an authentic posture that only a grandmaster of a generation could put on. His feet were abnormally heavy, and his entire body was like a lofty mountain. He said seriously, Perhaps Tai-Bai Jinxing does not know, but I am known as the Iron Fist Young Master. Today, I will use this pair of fists to experience the power of an ancient legendary figure. You want to fight me with your bare hands? I really don't know who gave you the courage. The Great Gate Star Sovereign didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After being away from the world for so many years, with the youngsters nowadays all so arrogant, you're only a sky-soar realm cultivator, yet you dare to challenge me with your bare hands? What guts you have? Good. I will experience the Iron Fist Young Master's Iron Fist. The Great Gate Star Sovereign held his sword with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He said casually, Since you are a junior, I will allow you to make the first move. Even if it is a battle of life and death, I will allow you to make 3 moves first. He showed the demeanor of an expert and made it clear that he would allow him to make 3 moves first. This was probably the demeanor of a true pinnacle expert, at least in the great Gate Star Sovereign's opinion. Although he hadn't recovered to the level of a zenith heavenly immortal at his peak and could only unleash the power of a Tao integration stage cultivator. With this kid's shallow strength, even if he stood there and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to touch him at all. Since that was the case, he naturally had to maintain the demeanor of a senior. What was the point of letting him make 3 moves first? 3 moves first? You want to let me make 3 moves first? Xiaoduo shook his head. No, how can that be? We are enemies, and this is a fair battle. There's no need to talk about letting me make a move first. However, the great Gate Star Sovereign had clearly said that he would let him make a move first. With his status, how could he go back on his words? Did he still want to maintain the demeanor of a senior? I said that I would let you make 3 moves first. So, I will let you make 3 moves first. The great Gate Star Sovereign was displeased. Do you think I'm someone who would go back on my words? So Xiaoduo said, are you really going to stand there and let me make 3 moves first? That would be too much of an advantage for you. How can there be such a logic in this world? Even if you're a senior expert, you can't look down on me like this, right? The great Gate Star Sovereign was stunned. Stand there and let him make 3 moves first? Did I say something like that? When did I say that? However, I am the great Gate Star Sovereign of the ancient heavenly court. Do you know how high my reputation is? Although he was only a Tao integration stage cultivator, a pinnacle Tao integration stage cultivator was enough to crush all the astral souls cultivators in this space without exception. Looking at this kid, Xiaoduo's expression didn't change, and he tried his best to restrain himself. You are indeed only at the initial sky soar realm. The great Gate Star Sovereign was relieved. He smiled elegantly and said, I have not descended to the mortal world for countless years. Juniors like you don't know how powerful I am. Fine, fine. I will let you make 3 moves first. Consider it as fulfilling your reputation as the Iron Fist young master. Let me see what you are capable of and whether you live up to your reputation. The meaning behind his words was clear. You are only allowed to use your fists. Otherwise, don't blame me for going back on my words. The great Gate Star Sovereign was obviously being careful. Although you claim to be best at fists, how powerful can you be with your bare hands? You can't hurt me even if you die of exhaustion. But if he could use weapons, what if this brat had some kind of divine weapon in his hands? This kid is the son of some Sky Patrol minister. With my current weak body, I may not be able to withstand his attacks. So if you use weapons, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hearing this, Xiaoduo was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. This idiot actually agreed. If he had known, he would have just told the truth. He would have said that he was best at using hammers. If he used hammers directly, would he need 3 hammers? 1 hammer would be enough to turn a watermelon into mush. However, he did not know that if he had said that he was good at using hammers from the start, the great Gate Star Sovereign would not have agreed to let him make 3 moves. Perhaps some people would say that the great Gate Star Sovereign was stupid, but for a grand heavenly realm expert who had been high up for a long time to meet an ant with a cultivation as shallow as paper like Xiaoduo, it was normal for him to look down on someone high up. It was just a game of cat and mouse. Great Gate Star Jun Yuan stood tall with his hands behind his back. He stood confidently on the ground and said indifferently, although you will die today, you are still a genius of your generation. After you die, I will think of a way to prevent your soul from disappearing. When you reincarnate again, come to my demon race. Perhaps we will meet again at that time. This was the great Gate Star Sovereign's true goal. With his current cultivation, he could not forcibly detain Xiaoduo. However, if Xiaoduo was willing, there would be no problem. The great Gate Star Monarch could tell a glance that this guy's body was much, much stronger than the brat he possessed. Moreover, the power of Providence was indescribably strong. As long as his true spirit was not destroyed and he was reincarnated, he would still be a shocking genius. This kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. Xiaoduo did a chest expansion exercise and said, Thank you for your kindness, Star Sovereign. The Great Gate Star Sovereign said, You agree. This is a good thing. For us cultivators, the path of the Great Tao is the most important. Everything else is trivial. When death is imminent, there is still a chance. How can I not agree? Zhuo said with a smile. Star Sovereign is famous. I will do my best to test Senior's bottom line. The Great Gate Star Sovereign said indifferently. That's how it should be. Zhuo roared and clenched his fists. His already extraordinary aura increased by 3 points. Amidst the dense fog, the Great Gate Star Sovereign was attached to the myriad water mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not move. His aura was solemn like a mountain. His clothes fluttered, and his hair danced in the wind. He was truly elegant and was not deliberately pretending. On the other hand, Zhuo was pretending to circulate his qi, as if he was trying his best to mobilize and gather all his cultivation. I'm coming, Zhuo roared. Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped up. The first to move was a heavenly secret order targeted at the Great Gate Star Sovereign. It silently flew away. The content of the order: bloody calamity, fallen soul. The Great Gate Star Sovereign smiled faintly. His indifferent eyes swept across Zhuo's figure with disdain, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. However, Zhuo charged over like lightning. He was only 10 steps away from the Great Gate Star Sovereign. For a Sky Soar Realm expert, the distance of 10 steps was almost nothing. However, Zhuo's movements were as fast as lightning, forcefully causing a clear sense of hierarchy to appear in the space of 10 steps. He took a step forward, and the spiritual energy in his body boiled. After taking a third step, the Flaming Sun Sutra was fully activated. The surroundings were like the scorching sun in the sky, and the aura was boiling. The Great Gate Star Sovereign smiled faintly. I knew that you had a fire element cultivation technique. Were you trying your best to hide it as a trump card? But how could a grain of rice emit brilliance? He stood firmly and spread out his cultivation in an even manner. He could ensure that when Zhuo punched him, no matter where he punched, his cultivation would be concentrated in that place. He had already made up his mind to use his shocking cultivation, or at least to shock the heavenly Tao in this place, to directly injure Zhuo, who said that you couldn't inflict heavy injuries just because you didn't fight back. That's just because your knowledge is shallow. 3 moves? Too many. 1 move was enough. Chapter 1239. Huff Huff. Wong. Zhuo's first step was already accompanied by the howling of the wind. After 3 steps, the space was already buzzing. When Zhuo reached the 5th step, a black hole had already appeared behind him. With a crack, the space was torn apart. In such a short distance, he had already broken through the space and burned it. The flames on his body also grew by another notch. The elemental fire art was surging rapidly. In the next moment, the flames that surge around Zhuo's body suddenly turned purple, incinerating everything in its path. Zhu Rong was really angry. 8 steps. Zhuo punched out. It was mixed with the mournful howl of ghosts. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be squeezing together. 2 balls of light, 1 white and 1 black, shot into his fist at the critical moment, and a streak of fiery light shot out from behind his fist. Grand Sun Primordial Fire. On his fist, there was still a glimmer of light. It was the hexagrams of 3 eternal star stones that had quietly appeared on his fist. Boom! The brazen punch landed squarely on Wan Shueishan, who was possessed by the Great Gate Star Monarch. Zhuo had used all his strength in this punch. His opponent was a Star Monarch. He might even be a powerful character who could fight head-on with his father, Zhuo Changlu. How could Zhuo dare to underestimate his opponent? It was good that his opponent was underestimating him. It gave him a chance to let him have 3 moves. It would be best if he could take the attack without dodging. All the mystic arts in his body were concentrated on his fist. The Flaming Sun scripture was burning to the limit. The elemental fire art was operating at full force. Zhu Rong was really angry. There was also Bai and Jiao, who had entered his fist. The hexagrams of the eternal star stones were attached to his fist. There was also Xiao, who was surging with grandson primordial fire, who was assisting him from behind the fist. So Xiao Duo had used the maximum power of his own body and most of his trump cards in this attack. The combined attack was to finish the battle in one stroke. The other party was actually willing to stand still and let him hit him. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that if he didn't take advantage of this, then he would be letting down his ancestors. 3 moves? There were too many. 1 move was enough. 1 move was enough. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo come smashing at him with earth-shattering power, Great Gate Star Monarch maintained a relaxed posture. He calmly observed the changes and did not think anything was wrong. However, when Zhuo Xiaoduo took the 8th step and punched out crazily, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. An extreme sense of danger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was something on his opponent's fist that made him feel fear. However, he seemed to have noticed it a little too late. The moment that fist smashed into his chest like a heavenly hammer, the Great Gate Star Monarch finally remembered what it was. That was Zhu Rong's true fire. Zhu Wu's true fire. That year, Zhu Rong's true fire had sent him flying 300 miles with a single punch and crippled him. It was actually Zhu Rong's true fire. He did not dodge. Instead, he faced Zhu Rong's true fire head-on. However, he remembered it too late. The meaning of it being late was, it was over. Boom. Zhuo Xiaoduo's fist, which contained many trump cards, was unprecedentedly intimate with the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest. It was a crazy collision. Zhu Rong's true fire merged into the primordial fire and the flaming sun primordial fire. The 3 flames merged into one and forcefully merged into the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest. Amidst the miserable screams that were filled with endless regret. Like a hot knife through butter, it broke through the Great Gate Star Monarch's defense without any resistance. This gap was enough for Bai and Jiao to squeeze in. At the same time, the 3 starry sky eternal stone hexagrams borrowed the strength of Zhuo Xiaoduo's punch and smashed into the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest. The starry sky indestructible stone hexagram was a special hidden weapon that was completely different from most hidden weapons. Most hidden weapons required a certain distance to be effective, and they needed to be fast. It was best if they were faster than one could imagine. However, once the hidden weapon lost its distance, it would often become a useless weapon. After all, in a battle between experts, it was hard to avoid close contact. They could almost touch each other with their hands. At such a distance, no matter how amazing the hidden weapon was, it would be difficult to use it. However, the starry sky eternal stone hexagrams were different in that they were sturdy and indestructible. Furthermore, in such a special situation, they could directly embed themselves into the target's body without any distance. They could even further display their unique effects. Then, there was the 4th flame that Xiao had brought. The fierce flaming sun primordial fire followed closely behind. It also used this gap to burrow into the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest. In the blink of an eye, an extremely strange force field suddenly erupted from the 2 of them. The Great Gate Star Monarch's expression changed. His body was sent flying by Zhuo Xiaoduo like a cannonball. Flames roared out his chest. 4 colored flames, for different types of flames that were even more elegant than the others. His entire body became a giant burning candle. His heart was directly smashed by the starry sky, eternal stone hexagrams. The Great Gate Star Monarch spat out a mouthful of heart blood mixed with the crazy burning flames. His eyes bulged as he cursed angrily. Despicable. At the same time, there was extreme regret. Judging from the combat strength that the other party had displayed, the other party was even stronger than his current cultivation. The other party had actually shamelessly made him stand straight and take a beating. He had actually given him 3 moves. How shameless. I've been tricked. The Great Gate Star Monarch's roar was heart-wrenching. However, The counterforce caused by the Great Gate Star Monarch still sent the unsuspecting Xiaoduo flying 17 meters away. However, this result was within Xiaoduo's expectations. He had already turned around in midair and had already taken out 2 huge cat hammers. The moment the 2 hammers appeared, the space shook. Buzz! One hammered the sky, the other hammered the earth. The first move brought along yin yang, sun, moon, mountain, river, heaven, and earth. In a turn, it was as if he had teleported to the front of the Great Gate Star Monarch, who was still retreating. Bang! Don't dodge! With a twist of his waist, a huge hammer that carried the power of the heaven and earth, sun, moon, mountain, river, yin yang, and Star Monarch smashed down. He didn't forget to shout, "This is the second move you let me use. Don't go back on your word." Under his first punch, the Great Gate Star Monarch had already suffered a great loss. His body was basically crippled, and there was a big hole in his chest, revealing that his internal organs had all been turned into mush, and they were still being burned by the 4-colored flames. A 3-legged golden crow flew back and forth in his chest, and 2 balls of light, one white and one black, were wantonly eating away at him. The 3 starry sky indestructible stones flowed rapidly and forcefully blocked the soul power, preventing the Great Gate Star Monarch's soul power from leaving his body. The Great Gate Star Monarch had never imagined that this kid would be so sneaky. His so-called first punch was at least equivalent to 5 moves from other people. 5 ultimate moves, the ultimate killing moves. What he didn't expect even more was how this kid was so strong. In the memories of his host body, shouldn't the person in front of him be a deformed seed who had been piled up by countless heaven and earth treasures because of his excellent background? How could he be so strong? A second-generation official, a trash who used his background to rob other ordinary students of their resources? What the fuck? How could this be? What's more, this kid was facing the opponent he feared the most, the Zhu Rong True Fire that could perfectly suppress him. It wasn't just the Zhu Rong True Fire. There were 3 other kinds of equally violent and blazing flames that targeted him both inside and outside of his home. The soul that belonged to Wan Shueishan, the soul of the protagonist of Destiny that had just been cheated, had already dissipated at the first moment. Not even a tiny fragment was left behind. Clang, clang, clang. The Great Gate Star Monarch's entire body turned into a burning torch that soared into the sky. He desperately waved his long sword and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Xiaoduo's 99 cat hammer. Despicable, despicable, despicable. The Great Gate Star Monarch was really mad at this time. On one hand, he cursed Xiaoduo for being despicable. On the other hand, he cursed Wan Shueishan for being despicable. These little guys were all classmates. But how could this Wan Shueishan have such a misconception? Just his first punch was enough to announce his death. He had suffered a crushing defeat, with no room for maneuver. Who would have thought that this kid actually had the tyrannical strength to fight him head-on? Yet, such a strong person still wanted to play small and play tricks to make him stand still and let him make 3 moves. It would have been fine if that was all, but he even thought of a way to play dirty. Originally, even if he failed to descend, at least 30% of his soul power could return. However, this kid actually used the Starry Sky Eternal Stone to lock onto his soul. Wasn't this Starry Sky Eternal Stone only owned by the imperial family of the Heavenly Court? How could it fall into the hands of a mere human? If he hadn't already confirmed that this was a trap set up by his family, and that it was a trap that was purely beneficial to his family, the Great Gate Star Monarch would have suspected that this was a trap set up by the human race to lure him and the others into it. Then, when he was not in his best state, he would be ambushed. The current situation clearly showed that he was the one being ambushed. The next moment, the Great Gate Star Monarch lowered his head and realized to his horror that it was the 3-legged golden crow that was rushing around in his body. Oh! The Great Gate Star Monarch's eyes widened as he screamed in disbelief. Clang! Clang! After 2 hammers, the long sword in the Great Gate Star Monarch's hand broke into pieces. At this moment, The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer had been pushed to the peak by Duo. He didn't hold back at all and smashed down like a storm. It smashed into the burning flames that soared into the sky. This was the Great Gate Star Monarch. Who knew how many tricks he had? He had to take his life while he was sick and in this battle in the shortest time possible. Duo didn't dare to be careless at all. He smashed out 1,300 hammers in one go. He was completely smelting the Great Gate Star Monarch like steel. The last few dozen hammers simply smashed into the air. The body of the Great Gate Star Monarch, which was attached to the myriad water mountain, had long been smashed into the air. Not even powder was left. Chapter 1240. The Great Gate Star Sovereign's body was smashed into pieces, and even the air was still being burned by Zhu Rong's true fire and the other four flames. At the last moment, the last hammer fell, and a ball of brilliant starlight scattered in all directions like an explosion. The whole space was full of specks of starlight, scattered all over the sky, like a large group of fireflies dancing in the night sky. In a moment, an illusory figure gradually took shape in the starlight. With a complicated expression, he glanced at Duo and then looked at the three-legged golden crow Xiao, who was flying happily in the air. There was an indescribable bitterness on his face. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't say it. The starlight had already dissipated, and the figure had completely disappeared, as if there was no trace. The starlight had completely dissipated. The Great Gate Star Sovereign had fallen. Above the clouds, on the other side of the distant starry sky, the Great Gate Star, which was flickering crazily, suddenly dimmed after releasing extreme brilliance. More than 90% of its luster disappeared, and then it was completely hidden in the night sky, as if it didn't exist, on the continent of the Demon Clan, floating in the distant starry sky. In the hall of the Great Gate Star Sovereign, the Great Gate Star Sovereign, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly screamed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura shriveled like a mummy whose water had been sucked out, but his cultivation base continued to slide down. In the slums of Shangjing City, in a hidden courtyard at the head of the Heavenly Jade sect, suddenly screamed and spat out blood continuously. His aura also fell rapidly. His whole body trembled, and his eyes widened. He suddenly screamed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? The Great Gate Star Sovereign's avatar has fallen. Before his voice died away, his head tilted, and he fainted weakly. Although he had fainted, his body was still trembling, and he kept spitting out blood. Blood was also flowing out of his 7 orifices, which was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Granny Greedy Wolf and the others all had tragic expressions on their faces. However, no one moved from the beginning to the end. The star formation was still going on. They couldn't move yet. However, despair and disbelief had already risen in their eyes. The Great Gate Star Sovereign could also fall? Against these ant-like characters, the Star Lord had actually fallen? How is this possible? That Zhu Rong's true fire was still burning fiercely. It converted the remaining power of the Great Gate Star Sovereign into the power of the true fire. Then, it sent the primordial fire to the Flaming Sun Sutra. The Flaming Sun Sutra circulated 9 times in the sky, feeding the primordial fire back to the primordial fire, and the primordial fire fed the Zhu Rong's true fire back. The 3 flames became more and more harmonious, gradually merging into one. When all the power was converted into the Zhu Rong primordial fire, it would be several times more powerful. On the other hand, Bai and Jiao devoured the soul fragments of the Great Gate Star Lord and the 10,000 Rivers Mountain without wasting a single bit. With this benefit, the bodies of the 2 little beasts became twice as solid as before, and the body of the gourd no longer looked as delicate as before. Then, 2 drops of Providence points fell from the sky and landed between Xiaoduo's eyebrows. His entire body instantly felt refreshed, and his essence chi also surged out of nowhere, increasing by quite a bit. And this was the Providence points brought about by the fulfillment of the 10,000 Rivers Mountain's heavenly secret order. Just as Wishaoduo was feeling extremely good and felt that this was the happiest thing in life, suddenly, a large number of Providence points fell down. "This is 700 drops," Wishaoduo exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. These were the Providence points given back after the Great Gate Star-Lord's heavenly secret order came true. But Wishaoduo had never thought that there would be so many Providence points given back. But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. After all, this was the heavenly Jade Planet, the Great Gate Star-Lord, a legend of a generation, a super expert. He had directly smashed his soul into smithereens. 700 luck points was still acceptable. The power of such a huge amount of Providence points strongly nourished Zui Xiaoduo's soul. Divine sense, divine thought, cultivation, dantian, body, meridians, bloodline. His meridians, which were already far more flexible than ordinary cultivators, suddenly received a huge boost. The width of his meridians also reached a new peak. The heavenly spirit gushing spring circulation was like a fast lane, and it was unimaginably wide. As the saying went, a sore on the top of the head and pus on the soles of the feet. Although Wishaoduo did not have any sore or pus, his entire body was now opened out. Of course, if one wanted to talk about how bad it was barely enough to say that. Wishaoduo's cultivation had also soared to the peak of the Sky Soar realm, and he suppressed it 9 times. Originally, during this period of time, Wishaoduo's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sky Soar realm, and he had begun to suppress his true yuan. However, the amount of spiritual energy required for a Sky Soar realm cultivator to advance further was too huge. Wishaoduo and the others had cultivated for more than 10 days in the Tower of Annihilation for more than 5 years, and each of them had reached the stage of suppressing their true yuan. However, they did not break through the perfect state of suppressing their true yuan like Wishaoduo had expected. This result and the current situation made everyone unhappy. One could imagine that if Zhuanglu and the others were to find out about their dissatisfaction, they would definitely give those fellows a good beating. After all, even the most talented of geniuses would need at least a few decades to advance from the initial stage to the peak stage of the Sky Soar realm. Depending on the aptitude, it was normal for many people to need hundreds or even thousands of years of accumulation. You have only cultivated for a few years in the Tower of Annihilation, and it has only been a few days in the outside world, and you still think it's slow? Where's your face? In just a few days, you have advanced from the initial stage to the peak of the Sky Soar realm, and even started to suppress your true yuan. Moreover, each of you has suppressed your true yuan several times. What more do you want? What more do you want? Wishaoduo was so happy that he could not even open his eyes. The benefits were too great. Wasn't this too great? No. How could one time be enough? I must continue to work hard and conquer one more city, and then a few more cities. As a man, he must endure. He must not give up. He must continue to work hard. Wishaoduo was so excited that he could not control himself. If his guess was right this time, there would be 15 celestial monarchs, right? If he could kill all these celestial monarchs one by one, wouldn't it mean that he would be rich in an instant? 15 celestial monarchs, let me calculate. 7 equals 7. 7 equals 49. 15 multiplied by 7. More than 10,000. Wishaoduo let out a strange cry. Oh my God! Hurry up, hurry up! The battle between Wishaoduo and the Great Gate Celestial Monarch was complicated, but in fact, it had only lasted for a short while. From a myriad waters mountain suppressing the golden dragon of Providence, to the confrontation between the two sides, to Wishaoduo's ferocious punch, to the chain of 2 hammers that completely destroyed the Great Gate Celestial Monarch, it had only taken a few dozen breaths of time at most. The golden dragon of luck that emerged from the ground was no longer suppressed by the starlight. It rose up again and charged towards Wishaoduo. It was as if it was trying to get close to Wishaoduo. How could Xiao Long allow the golden dragon of Providence to act rashly? Did this coquettish bitch still want to fight for his favor? Therefore, he appeared from the void, extinguishing pagoda, caught the golden dragon of providence, opened his mouth, and swallowed a whole. "I'll eat you." It was also at this moment that Zhuo inexplicably felt that he seemed to have gained something. A foundation, a foundation. Good stuff. Zhuo laughed and flicked 10 providence points to Xiaolong. "Eat. I have a lot of deity now." Zhuo, who had just made a windfall, naturally wouldn't be stingy with his rewards for Xiaolong. Moreover, this time, he was snatching providence, so he still had to rely on Xiaolong. Of course, he had to feed his little brother first. Only when he was full would he have the strength and the will to work more intensely. Good fortune had fallen from the sky. Xiaolong was instantly so excited that he couldn't tell north from south. 10 drops. It was actually 10 drops. 10 drops in a single breath. Was he dreaming? Oh, that boss is too awesome. Boss, I love you. Xiaolong cheered. What kind of good day is it today? Could it be my lucky day? Not only did I just swallow a complete dragon of providence, but I also received so many drops from boss as a reward. Seeing that the rewards were in his hands, so Xiaoduo didn't stay any longer. He had already rushed out. He was going to find his brother. This great gate star monarch was extremely powerful. If Xiaoduo hadn't tricked him, Xiaoduo estimated that even if he could win in a head-on battle, he would have to exchange at least a few hundred or even a few thousand moves. It would be difficult to kill an opponent without an extreme battle. One had to know that when he punched him, he was still sent flying by his opponent's protective vital energy. This kind of strength could be said to be terrifying. Now that the Great Gate Star Monarch had suddenly arrived, the other Stargate Star Monarchs would most likely come as well. As for the people on his side, other than Yin Mao, the others, including Li Chenglong, might not be a match for this Great Gate Star Monarch. If the difference in strength between the many Stargate Star Monarchs was similar, then the students of the Astral Souls who had entered the situation of a group of dragons fighting for a heritage would be in great danger. They would easily suffer heavy casualties. He had to speed up and find their traces as soon as possible. He had to defeat them one by one. Yes, he had to defeat them one by one. So Xiaoduo estimated that if 2 Stargate Star Monarchs gathered, he would have to turn around and run. He would no longer have the ability to fight. If 3 Stargate Star Monarchs gathered, it would be very difficult for him to even run. So Xiaoduo's body flashed as he rushed to help other places. Out in a land of ice and snow, Zhuo Xianyan's Spirit Snatcher sword turned into a sword shadow that covered the sky. Ice Spirit, who was about to reach her peak, controlled the sword and fought with Wang Ziyun in the air. Although Wang Ziyun, who was born of the Wang family's direct bloodline, did not receive the power of the Stargate Star Monarch, he had taken a forbidden pill called the Heaven-Defying Pill. It was a super pill that he had obtained from his partner, and the name of this pill was Heaven-Defying Luck. This was the key to all the Wang family schemes. Chapter 1241. The reason why this forbidden pill was known as heaven-defying was because its medicinal strength was too great. Even a Skysoar realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it and would immediately explode to death. However, if one was placed in a special environment, such as a group of dragons fighting for a vein, the luck would protect one's body. After eating it, not only would one's body not explode, one's strength would break through countless bottlenecks and reach the upper limit allowed by this space. Furthermore, after consuming the heaven-defying pill, as long as one obtained the approval of the Dragon of Fate after killing the opponent, the energy of the Dragon of Fate would naturally help the host suppress the true Yuan within the body. After that, by borrowing the power of the Wang clan's blood sacrifice, the Dragon of Fate would fully transform into the clan's fate. As for Wang Ziyun, after experiencing this and getting married, his first child would receive twice the amount of the Dragon of Fate. Furthermore, it wouldn't be as simple as just doubling it. Coupled with the Wang clan's ancestral veins power of fate, this child would have the innate talent and foundation to become a first-rate genius from the moment he was born. At the very least, this child's fate wouldn't be inferior to Li Chenglong's current. It could be said that he was blessed by the heavens, And it could also be said that this was an extremely terrifying operation of fate. One must know that Li Chenglong's current fate had been brought by Zhuo Xiaoduo, allowing him to be on par with the upper echelons of the continent, or even surpass them. Of course, even if all of this could be achieved smoothly, there would still be a price to pay. When the child was born, the Dragon of Fate would double in power, and Wang Ziyun would lose the protection of his fate. His body wouldn't be able to withstand the restless true Yuan, and he would immediately explode to death. However, the current Wang Ziyun naturally didn't know about this drawback. At that time, he would inevitably become a sacrifice for his clan. On the contrary, he only knew that he had become stronger and would continue to become stronger until the end of time. His clan was the clan's greatest hope. As long as he could obtain the approval of the dragons fighting over the veins, he would become the child of destiny in the future. After snatching this vein, he would still have to snatch the second one, the third one, and kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, and take his fate for himself. It had to be said that the Wang clan's wishful thinking was extremely good. If Zhuo Xiaoduo was not so strong, he would definitely die if he encountered the Wang family in this group of dragons fighting for the heritage. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's luck and the dragon vein luck from the dragons fighting for the dragon vein, it was hard to predict what kind of terrifying genius would emerge from the Wang clan. At the very least, as long as the Wang family's plan succeeded, the Wang family would have at least one of the most talented children. This child's luck would be so strong that it would be even stronger than the current Zhuo Xiaoduo. Just this point alone, for this goal, the Wang clan was willing to give up everything, regardless of the price. This was something that could make them a great clan that surpassed both ancient and modern times. Because of this, the Wang clan had gone completely crazy. Moreover, it had to be said that such a goal was really worth fighting for. It didn't matter even if the upper echelons and participants all died. As long as a genius bloodline was preserved, the future would naturally be many times more glorious than now. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had already crushed the Wang clan's disciples in terms of strength. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't even need to do anything. Just her ice spirit sword was enough to completely suppress Wang Ziyun, whose strength had greatly increased. After all, no matter how much his strength increased, Wang Ziyun's strength was still only at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. This was because the pinnacle of the Dao integration pinnacle stage was the limit of the heavenly Dao. It was impossible to surpass this limit. Wang Ziyun was different from the other geniuses possessed by the celestial monarchs. He didn't have much combat experience, nor did he have countless years of accumulation. Zhuo Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was at the pinnacle of the Sky Soar realm. Furthermore, she had suppressed this level nearly 20 times. Even if she faced a celestial monarch, she could still defeat him. How could a mere Wang Ziyun compare to him? How could they even be mentioned in the same breath? As Zhuo Xiaoyan continued to circulate her energy, an icy white mist suddenly appeared in her hand. The mist then soared into the air and transformed into a snow-white ice phoenix. With a phoenix cry, the ice phoenix soared into the sky. This was the inheritance that Zhuo Xiaoyan had obtained from the lightning tribulation. Snow Phoenix, Divine Phoenix. Boom! Wang Ziyun's entire body was frozen by the ice phoenix. Immediately after, his chest was pierced by the ice phoenix. His entire body turned into ice shards that scattered between heaven and earth. The ice phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed the power that didn't belong to Wang Ziyun. Then, with a phoenix cry, it flew back into the Zhuo Xiaoyan's body and disappeared. Following that, a Providence dragon suddenly soared into the sky. Zhuo Xiaoyan waved her hand, and the Providence dragon disappeared into the palm of her hand. The Ice Spirit Sword flew back with the Ice Spirit Sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression was cold. From the beginning of the battle until now, her expression hadn't changed at all. She flew up directly. She was as cold as the moon and as pure as ice and snow. Then, she floated away. The Ice Spirit Sword turned into a ball of ice and snow divine light and followed Zhuo Xiaoyan. Everywhere it passed, There was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. On the other side, Li Qinglong had already defeated Kong Yunshang and obtained the Providence Dragon. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed to another area. Zhang Piapiao had also defeated a student who was only at the peak of the god-reigning stage. She didn't kill her opponent either. Instead, she simply took the Providence Dragon and left. Zhou Yunqing's sword Aura soared into the sky. Once his sword was drawn, he would never turn back. He sent his opponent flying with a single blow. Then, he took the Providence Dragon and shot off like lightning. When they entered, they had all received Li Qinglong's telepathic message. There had been an unforeseen event in the dragons fighting for the mountain range. If they encountered an opponent who could be defeated quickly, they had to defeat him as quickly as possible. Then, they had to help the others immediately. They had to stick together as much as possible. Otherwise, they would be in great danger. Compared to the others, Yu Moyan was more unlucky. He encountered a celestial monarch nearby. He wasn't like Zhou Xiaoduo, who was good at playing tricks. When he saw that something was wrong, he would detonate his strongest strength and fight head-on. Naturally, he attracted a lot of attention from his opponent. He didn't underestimate him at all and treated him very seriously. Naturally, he fell into a bitter battle. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had quickly defeated his opponent, the Great Gate Celestial Monarch, went straight in. He passed through a thick fog and entered another area. At a glance, he saw her trying her best to wield her sword to fight her opponent. She was engaged in a fierce battle with her opponent. It was obvious that Dugian was at an absolute disadvantage. Her face was pale, and her clothes were stained with blood. She staggered back and could only put up a desperate struggle to survive. After such a long period of seclusion in the Void Extermination Tower, Dugian had also reached the peak of the Skysoar realm. However, her foundation was much weaker than the others. Although the difference in cultivation was similar, her true strength was the weakest of the others. Therefore, compared to her current opponent, she was much weaker. If Zhou Xiaoduo didn't come to her rescue in time, Dugian would die in a few minutes at most. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't say anything when he saw this. He first threw a divine secret order over, and then his power flew into the sky and smashed down with his 99 cat hammer. With a clang, the sword in the hand of the young man was smashed, and he staggered back. He looked up at Zhou Xiaoduo and shouted, "I'm the celestial monarch of the Big Dipper, Fushan Lu Xiyuanzhen. Who are you?" Zhou Xiaoduo smashed his hammer and said loudly, "I'm the third Big Dipper, celestial monarch of the Big Dipper. I've heard a lot about you. I'm a divine dragon sword, Long Yuxing. Please enlighten me." The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper was furious. "Aren't you Zhou Xiaoduo? What divine dragon sword? What Long Yuxing? Why do you still ask if you know? You're so long-winded." Zhou Xiaoduo didn't stop at all. He operated the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his strength. His whole body turned into a black and white whirlwind, and his figure disappeared. Dugian staggered back a few steps and tried to stabilize her body. Seeing the arrival of strong reinforcements, she didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly took medicine and healed her injuries. She wanted to recover her battle strength as soon as possible. She held her sword and watched the battle, ready to help at any time. The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper was furious. "I don't know what your name or title is. I only found out after talking with the kid who possessed my body. But what the other party said was right. You know that I'm Zhou Xiaoduo, but you still want to ask for my name. You're really looking for a conversation. But I can't explain this. Actually, I don't know that he had to hold his breath and fights with Xiaoduo. But the celestial monarch of the Big Dipper was more and more surprised as he fought. With his cultivation, battle strength, and so many years of rich combat experience, plus his superior cultivation, he was actually suppressed by Zhou Xiaoduo. He was powerless to turn the tables. This was simply preposterous. The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper couldn't bear the pressure. He roared, and suddenly starlight appeared in his palm. It immediately turned into a huge starlight sword, facing Zhou Xiaoduo's 99 cat hammer head-on. Boom, 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 boom. Such a head-on collision without any pretense had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. Xiaoduo was in high spirits as he went all out for the second time. The Flaming Sun Sutra was suddenly activated to its peak. A huge sun suddenly appeared in the sky, burning fiercely and spreading without end. The 99 Kitty Hammer smashed down like raindrops. As they fought, they burned. When the battle reached its end, starlight suddenly flashed. 3 starry sky indestructible stone hexagrams shot out. Dang, dang, dang! The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper quickly knocked away the hexagrams. He said angrily, "You still have hidden weapons. Despicable." However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly let out a loud cry. A hexagram silently flew up from the ground and pierced through his shoes, embedding itself into the flesh of the soles of his feet. Following that, it continued to advance upwards, continuing to wreak havoc. Even with the celestial monarch of the Big Dipper's cultivation, he couldn't force it out. He couldn't even stop that strange hidden weapon from continuously corroding his flesh. This feeling was actually very familiar. The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper couldn't help but shout, "Starry sky, indestructible stone?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaoduo's 2 sledgehammers suddenly collided in front of him. With a muffled bang, countless needles suddenly shot out of the hammers, exploding like bombs. Chapter 1242. The Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign screamed. He was already at a disadvantage, and he was ambushed by the starry sky, indestructible stone. He could no longer dodge the rain of hidden weapons. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the pair of eyes that were pierced by more than 10 needles. The Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign screamed miserably and waved his sword with all his might, but he could no longer change the reality that he could no longer see. Xiaoduo and Zhu Rong's true fire suddenly flourished. They surged powerfully and pounced on the Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign's body. The 99 Cat Hammer executed the 1,000-soul extermination. With lightning speed, they crazily smashed down more than 900 times. After countless muffled collisions, the physical body that the Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign possessed turned into ashes and no longer existed in this world. As a starlight projection appeared on the field, Xiaoduo continued to attack crazily with his sledgehammer, not giving the other party any chance to turn the tables. Finally, with a sigh, the starlight dissipated. The Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign followed in the footsteps of the Great Gate Star Sovereign. Zhu Rong's true fire began to devour and burn. Bai and Jiu also began to devour the Heavenly Secret Star Sovereign's soul power with increasing familiarity. First, 2 Providence points fell. Then, another 700 drops of Providence points entered his account. Xiaoduo was so comfortable that his entire body trembled, and he cried out. The Providence dragon on the ground shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed towards Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo waved his hand and slapped the dragon onto Dugianer's body. Xiaoduo would naturally snatch the Providence of others. He would not miss it. However, the Providence of his own team and his brother's wife. How could he have the nerve to snatch it? As the Providence dragon entered her body, Dugianer's complexion recovered a lot. Xiaoduo rushed over with an ugly expression. "Why didn't you use the heaven-mending stone to recover?" Dugiana lowered her head in shame. "I can't bear to." Xiaoduo was speechless. "How is it? It's fine. All right, let's split up immediately. You go here, and I'll go here. If you encounter an enemy like this person alone, don't act rashly. We'll attack together." Xiaoduo made the arrangements. "I understand." The 2 of them split up and disappeared into the thick fog. If they worked together, they could only help 1 person. If they split up, they could help 2 people. Both of them were very clear on this point. Although Dugianer's strength alone was not enough to fight against a Star Monarch, if she rushed to help another person who had encountered a Star Monarch, the 2 of them could still fight against one. Wanli Xiuqiu felt that her luck was very good. Her opponent was Junon Min, a member of the imperial family. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was obvious. Wanli Xiu was confident in her victory, but reality was unpredictable. A streak of starlight flashed, and this royal disciple was shockingly possessed by the legendary star, Lord Vanquisher. Seeing the sudden change in situation, Wan Lixio became even more vigilant, especially after knowing the opponent's name. She simply adopted the tactic of fighting steadily and surely. Occasionally, he would directly use the flying force to suppress the opponent, mixed with small and nimble movements to dodge and evade. He rarely met force with force. This stalemate lasted for more than 10 minutes. Although she inevitably fell into a disadvantage, the overall situation was still in a state of ease. And this result almost angered Star, Lord Vanquisher, to death. He clearly had an earth-shattering power and an aura that surpassed the might of heaven and earth, but he couldn't use it at all here. He had been delayed for so long by this little girl in front of him, but he was completely unable to defeat the enemy. The reason why it was difficult for Star-Lord Vanquisher to fully display his combat strength was because the person he had possessed was the human emperor's bloodline of the Astral Souls. It was probably because the Demon Clan's continent had been separated from the Astral Souls continent for too long. At that time, the human race was still weak. Now that he had personally come into contact with the human emperor's bloodline, he realized that the human emperor's bloodline had a natural suppressive effect on a demon star like him. This was simply a fucking coincidence, and the flying ant opposite him refused to fight him head-on even if he was beaten to death, which made him even more depressed. The two of them chased each other around in this space as if they were flying. The azure dragon of Providence that had rushed out from the ground was coiling on the ground like a huge snake. After this azure dragon came out, it wanted to drill into Wan Lixio's body. After all, Wan Lixio's Providence was also quite huge, and the Providence dragon instinctively attached to the person with the stronger Providence, but it was suppressed by Star-Lord Vanquisher's great strength. But Star-Lord Vanquisher couldn't take it. After killing Wan Lixio, whose Providence was far stronger than Junon means, he couldn't take the Providence dragon. This was the rule of the heavenly Tao. Since the start of the battle, the two of them had gone around in circles thousands of times. Star-Lord Vanquisher was so angry that he cursed. "Damn it, little girl. Have some shame. Have some integrity, will you?" Wan Lixio ran even faster. "The enemy is strong, so I retreat. How can I be shameless? You can't catch up with me, so you're talking nonsense over there. Are you embarrassed? Who's the shameless one here?" Star-Lord Vanquisher became more and more furious. Wan Lixio knew clearly that as long as she held on and maintained this stalemate, Zhua and the others would naturally come to help after they finished off their opponents. So she just had to hold on as long as possible. She couldn't advance rashly. If by the time Zhua and the others arrived, she had already become a corpse, that wouldn't do. One of them chased while the other ran. If they really couldn't fight, they would fight a few times and then continue to run. Wan Lixio's actual combat strength was inferior, but Star-Lord Vanquisher, who was affected by the human emperor's bloodline, couldn't easily take down Wan Lixio. They could only maintain this stalemate. At this moment, the thick fog flipped. A black shadow appeared in the field. Who else could it be but Zhuo? "Shower, get out of the way. Watch me hammer him to death." Zhuo shouted arrogantly. A heavenly secret order flew over and disappeared. "Boss, be careful. He's Star-Lord Vanquisher, the 7th heavenly gate of the Big Dipper." Wan Lixio hurriedly jumped out of the circle and warned. "Star-Lord Vanquisher, the 7th heavenly gate of the Big Dipper. His ancient name is Alcade." Zhuo laughed and rushed forward. "I've heard a lot about you. Take my hammer." As soon as he let go, the black hexagrams of the starry sky eternal stone rushed over. Star-Lord Vanquisher's long spear was like a dragon. Without saying a word, he scattered the starry sky eternal stone and fought with Zhuo crazily. Star-Lord Vanquisher was originally a warrior. Among the stars, he was the most courageous and unstoppable warrior. He was showing off his invincible might when facing the enemy head-on. Zhuo used the 9-9 cat hammer and clashed with him without backing down. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains shook. Star-Lord Vanquisher was troubled by the hexagrams of the starry sky eternal stone that had been knocked away. After being knocked away, they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, They spun and changed directions to attack again. The young man's concealed weapon technique had already reached an unimaginable level of subtlety. However, Star-Lord Vanquisher was the most experienced. His long spear danced in a circle. In his hands, the long spear actually showed the characteristics of all kinds of weapons. For example, a knife, a sword, an axe, a staff, a halberd, a stab. It even had the effect of a long whip. The staff was afraid of the head, and the spear was afraid of the circle. This long spear in Star-Lord Vanquisher's hands was like a dragon overturning rivers and seas. The combination of light and heavy forces was superb. For a moment, he fought with Xiaoduo. Wan Lixiu, who was watching the battle from the side, felt that her ears were about to be deafened. The two of them didn't fight for a long time, but they were fighting head-on from the start. Xiaoduo didn't retreat half a step, and Star-Lord Vanquisher also didn't give an inch. In that case, wouldn't they end up in a fight? Wouldn't it be tit for tat? The booming sounds didn't stop from the beginning. Gradually, they connected and continued all the way. Star-Lord Vanquisher laughed as he fought. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Compared to the cat-and-mouse game just now, they didn't have many head-on confrontations. The difference now was like heaven and earth. On the opposite side, Xiaoduo's face was also filled with a rare expression of contentment. It was really hard to find such an opponent who could fight head-on. It was too rare. This kind of extreme collision that didn't give in, didn't show any tricks, and was full of passion made Xiaoduo feel intoxicated. It turned out that it was so satisfying to fight with an opponent who was on par with him. Boom! After another collision that shook the heavens and the earth. A change finally appeared in this rare, great battle. The long spear in Star-Lord Vanquisher's hand couldn't bear the heavy burden and broke. The moment the long spear broke, the upper half immediately turned into fragments and flew out. Up until now, although Star-Lord Vanquisher had been using his powerful cultivation, which was above Xiaoduo's, to protect his long spear, and the long spear in his hand was also extraordinary, it still had its limits. Facing the opponent's increasingly powerful and invincible strength, he finally reached this point. And this also showed that his current true strength was not a match for this little guy in front of him. But so what? Star-Lord Vanquisher was arrogant. Without any hesitation, he directly used his fists to meet Xiaoduo's big hammers. The sound of explosions rang out once more, but it was no longer continuous. Star-Lord Vanquisher, who didn't have a weapon in his hand and only relied on his iron fists, faced the heavy pressure of the two hammers. It was difficult for him to deal with it, and he staggered and flew out. However, he immediately flew back and continued to fight head-on with his opponent. "Kid, remember me?" Star-Lord Vanquisher laughed wildly. "I'm the Big Dipper Alcade. I am a Sky Gate Vanquisher." He laughed wildly. "I really wanted to wait a few years for you to fight with me. Unfortunately, I waited for you, but you can't wait for me." Star-Lord Vanquisher's heart was full of regret. If his soul could return to his body and his strength wouldn't be damaged. How good would that be? According to this kid's progress, in another 3 to 5 years, he would be able to have a really satisfying battle that, unfortunately, he couldn't go back. This wish was going to come to nothing in the end. Boom! Boom! Amidst the sounds of collisions, the bones in Star Monarch Vanquisher's arms began to break one after another, but he laughed madly, like thunder. He did not give in and continued to throw punches to counterattack until the mountain-like hammer smashed heavily into his head. Chapter 1243. Kuanpeng, you have an opponent now. Star-Lord Vanquisher laughed. His entire body was turned into powder under Xiaoduo's continuous attacks that were like a violent storm. Little White and Little Geo, who were eager to hunt, immediately rushed out again. They repeated the operation more and more, and were extremely familiar with it. The Zhurong True Fire also burned wantonly to absorb, feeling the huge amount of fate points falling from the sky for the third time. Xiaoduo felt comfortable all over. However, he could not help but sigh in his heart. In the end, He even put away the starry sky, indestructible stone, six-pointed star. This battle was so satisfying that Xiaoduo did not want to use hidden weapons to deal with such an opponent. He did not even want to end this battle so early. However, as Vanquisher Star's long spear was broken, Xiaoduo had to kill him and end this battle as soon as possible. It was not about the dignity of a martial artist, but the current situation. The battle was extremely dangerous. He was not the only one who was in danger. Many of his companions might be in danger. He gave up the starry sky, indestructible stone, six-pointed star, which was the biggest concession he could make. He could not let it go any further. If he did, it would be cruel to his own people. And in this battle, Xiaoduo felt that he had benefited a lot. He felt that his use of the sledgehammer had reached a new level. In terms of using the technique of lifting something heavy as if it were light and lifting something light as if it were heavy, Vanquisher Star could use it to the acme of perfection. This was something that Xiaoduo could not compare to. He only relied on a long spear that was not suitable for him to face the 9-9 cat hammer head-on. He was actually on par with him. Xiaoduo pondered for a long time as he recalled Vanquisher Star's various techniques of using force. Wan Lixiu had quickly put away the Dragon of Fate. Shall we split up? Yes. The two of them quickly separated and went to help each other. In the thick fog, Xiang Bing gritted her teeth and fought side by side with Zhou Yunqing against the fifth star of the Southern Dipper, Star Lord Du Jie. Xiang Bing was currently at the pinnacle of the Sky Sword realm. As for Zhou Yunqing, after his fortuitous encounter in the Sword Catacomb, he was also at the Sky Sword realm. However, he was only at the mid-level of the Sky Sword realm. If the two of them joined forces, they would still be at a disadvantage in terms of overall strength. However, there was not much of a difference in overall strength. At the very least, it was impossible for the Star Lord to take down the two of them in a short period of time. In fact, this was because the two of them did not know each other and did not have much tacit understanding to work together against the enemy. Otherwise, they might have had a chance to kill Star-Lord Traitor. Right when both sides were keeping each other in check and were in a stalemate, an expanse of icy coldness suddenly descended. A sword seemed as if it was attacking by itself, and it carried extreme coldness that could compare to a world of ice and snow as it completely enveloped Calamity, traversing Star Monarch within it. Following which, a snow-white, majestic, and noble phoenix rushed out with a phoenix cry and crashed into the Calamity, traversing Star-Lord's face. Calamity traversing Star-Lord turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. Ancient Phoenix Clan? How can this be? Zhou Xianyan arrived like a fairy from the Moon Palace and suppressed Calamity, traversing Star-Lord, as soon as she made her move. When Xiang Bing and Zhou Yunqing saw Zhou Xianyan arrive, they were overjoyed and immediately turned from defense to offense, launching a large-scale counterattack. How could Calamity, traversing Star-Lord be a match for the three of them? Just Zhou Xianyan alone was already difficult for him to deal with. Now that he had to face the combined attacks of the three of them, how could he deal with them? He could not help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning. Could it be that it was just to dig a big hole for myself? How laughable, huh? Amidst his sorrowful laughter, his body was smashed into pieces by the combined attacks of the three of them. Xiang Bing stepped forward and kept the Dragon of Luck. The three of them greeted each other and went in three different directions. Right now, the battle was fierce and dangerous, and there was no time for idle chatter. It was more important to rush to other places as soon as possible. Perhaps if he said a few more words here, he might cause his brothers to be killed in other places. On the other side, Li Chenglong rushed into a thick fog and saw Yu Yin in a precarious situation. She was barely holding on, and opposite her was a member of the royal family. A member of the royal family who was possessed by Calamity, traversing Star-Lord of the Southern Dipper Heavenly Palace. Yu Yin's situation was extremely bad. She was covered in blood and could die at any time. Li Chenglong roared, "Hang in there, I'm coming." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed into the battle. Yu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Her delicate body swayed, and she almost fell. She reminded, "Be careful. The person opposite you is the number 1 star of the Southern Dipper, the calamity-traversing Star Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Hurry up and recover. Li Chenglong, who was already fighting with calamity-traversing Star Lord, only had time to say this. He did not dare to be distracted anymore. Li Chenglong felt the pressure as soon as he started fighting. His opponent was indeed the number 1 star of the Southern Dipper. He felt that his strength was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan, but he could not suppress his opponent. It seemed that he had to delay until Zhuo or the others came to surround him. Only then could he take down his opponent. The best way to delay was for Yu Yin to recover quickly and join forces with him. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold on. When Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed into another thick fog, 3 of the 15 stars in the sky had already dimmed. As the 3 stars dimmed, another demonic fog rose up as if it had lost its suppression. On the other side of the sky, a faint shadow appeared bit by bit. The projection of the demon ancestor was actually close to the astral souls. Of course, it was only the projection that was close. No one knew how far the demon ancestor was, but one thing was for sure: the demon ancestor's location was very accurate. This was a signal of extreme danger. As the demon ancestor's projection approached, the demons in the demon spirit forest felt their demonic aura boiling, and their excitement could not be suppressed, but they could not help but release their own demonic aura in response. The demonic aura arose from the sky and the earth. At this moment, Zhan Xuejuan, who was lying quietly in the space of the Tower of Annihilation, suddenly opened her eyes. Demonic mist rose up in his eyes and flashed past. Then, a sharp, murderous aura suddenly rose from her body. Zhan Xuejuan jumped up subconsciously and felt that her body was different from before. Her cultivation strength had increased by 10 times or even 100 times. At this moment, the power of the god-slaying spear had been left in her body, and her power was naturally 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. She did not wake up during this period, but she was not completely unconscious. Strictly speaking, her mind was completely clear. It was just that she couldn't control her body, no matter what. She could only allow the pure demonic aura to transform her body, her meridians, and even her consciousness bit by bit, inch by inch. She slowly digested and absorbed that huge amount of power. She clearly knew that it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who saved her, and she clearly knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had brought her to escape that later. When Xiang Chong came and took care of her meticulously, Zhan Xuejuan was also clear in her heart. But she could not open her eyes, and she could not move even a little bit. But now, at this moment, she did not know what was going on, but she suddenly regained control of her body. Zhan Xuejuan turned over and got up. She clearly felt that strange and powerful force that had not been completely absorbed in her body, and she wanted to rush out spontaneously. At the same time, she also felt a tremor from her soul. That was the spiritual sense of the person she loved the most, who was now in a life and death crisis. Zhan Xuejuan was surrounded by a murderous aura, and she was extremely anxious. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed into the thick fog again. In an instant, he saw that Xiang Chong was covered in wounds, and he almost did not look human anymore. He could not hold on any longer, and the person fighting against him was another person from the Wang family, Wang Zilong. But at this moment, Wang Zilong's eyes were shining brightly, and he was laughing strangely. It was obvious that he had been possessed by a Star Lord, and was no longer his original body. Xiang Chong could not hold on any longer, and his body was covered in blood. Although he was still waving the Overlord halberd with all his might, it was almost out of order. How could he block the continuous attacks of the other party's longsword? The wounds on his body kept increasing. The Xiaoduo rushed and threw out a heavenly secret order and was about to help him out, but a little understanding surged in his mind, and the attack that he was about to launch stopped. The fate calamity of Star Lord Lianjun in front of him should not be in his hands? So Xiaoduo was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be some movement in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo did not dare to be careless. The moment he opened it, there was a loud explosion, and an extremely rich devil chi flew out. A tall figure suddenly appeared. The person was tall and strong, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She held a 5-meter-long spear in her hand, and her body was covered in devil chi. The spear was like a dragon, full of destructive power. The moment she appeared, she rushed towards Star Lord Lianjun like a meteor. Xiang Chong, who was almost powerless and exhausted on the ground, did not know where the strength came from. He suddenly jumped up and shouted in surprise, "Xuejuan?" Zhan Xuejuan's eyes were full of killing intent. Her spear was like a black dragon that pierced through the void. With a decisive momentum, it smashed Wang Zilong, who was possessing Star Lord Lianjun, 8 steps back. Star Lord Lianjun could not help but look up, and his eyes were full of shock. This girl, who was she? How could she be so domineering? He saw the devil chi on the spear and the sharp momentum of slaughtering the world. He could not help but be shocked and blurted out, "God-killing spear!" While he was stunned, Zhan Xuejuan's spear tip danced and created balls of colorful snowflakes again. In the rising devil chi, the spear went straight to the heart. Bang, 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 the spear shadows turned into dense raindrops, and the sword in Star Lord Lianjun's hand was shaken away. His heart was exposed. The cold light carried abundant devil chi. Zhan Xuejuan jumped up, and with a roar, she stabbed the spear into Star Lord Lianjun's chest. After the successful attack, Zhan Xuejuan did not hesitate at all. She continued to rush forward with the spear and skewered Wang Zilong's body, who was possessed by Star Lord Lianjun, on the spear tip. She spun him around a dozen times and then fell to the ground heavily. Then the 5-meter-long spear turned into a huge stick. It fell down with a whistling sound. Chapter 1244. Puff, puff, puff. She hammered it 300 to 400 times in a row. Starlight exploded by, and Jiu rushed out. "Hurry up and grab it, or you'll be eaten by that gun." Zhu Rong's true fire also rushed out, just like before. Luck points fell like rain. They fell into Zhuo Xiao's head, who was already dumbstruck. He was stunned for a long time, and he wasted the quick and easy points. Zhuo Xiao was now dumbfounded. Zhan Xuejuan, how could you be so strong? Xuejuan. Seeing that the battle was over, Xiang Chong rushed over in ecstasy. He didn't even forget to use the divine stone to heal his injuries and make himself look more energetic. Chong. Zhan Xuejuan's eyes were full of deep love, but she took a step back with a complicated expression. "You. Don't come over, listen to me. Xuejuan, you. What's wrong?" Xiang Chong's eyes were full of joy. I have demonic energy in my body. I can't control it. Murderous energy. Zhan Xuejuan's eyes were full of pain as she murmured. The tyrannical power on her body didn't stop because the battle had ended. Instead, it was still there, and it was gradually increasing. "You. What's wrong with you?" Xiang Chong's heart tightened. "I've been possessed by a demonic energy, and I'm not destined to be a good match for you." Zhan Xuejuan's face was full of pain. What?" Xiang Chong was dumbfounded. Just as he was waiting for an explanation, he heard Zhuo Xiaoduo put away his phone and say impatiently, "The situation is so urgent now. Where do you have time to watch the two of you act pitiful? If you have time to be sentimental, why don't you quickly split up and rescue the others?" The two of them were full of pain, but they were interrupted by the heartless words. They couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, not knowing how to react. "It's just a little bit of demonic energy. How did you get possessed by a demonic energy? You look like you're cuckolded and pregnant. Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" So Xiaoduo pointed at him and said angrily, "Zhan Xuejuan, your man is such a disappointment. Hurry up and get to work. See how the others are doing. Well, the two of you should work together. Look at Xiang Chong now. If he meets a strong enemy, he will definitely die. The two of you aren't paying attention to the main point right now. If there's anything you can't solve, don't you still have me? Hurry up and fuck off. Don't just focus on talking about love. Just the two of you want to feed me dog food? This little trick of yours is like playing with a broadsword in front of Guangong. playing with a spear in front of Zhao Zilong. Do you understand drunken spear? Let me tell you, I've already recorded it. If you don't want to be publicly executed, hurry up and get to work. Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan blushed. The joy of reuniting after a long separation, the unspeakable pain, and the sadness in their hearts all flew away in an instant. The two of them looked at Zhou Xiaoduo hatefully. Why is this bastard's words so unpleasant to hear? What do you mean by being cuckolded? Do you know how to speak properly? Also, we were speaking from the bottom of our hearts. How is that playing with words? How can this be the same as the flower spear? However, after hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, Zhan Xuejuan immediately felt relieved. That's right. If there's anything you can't solve, there's Zhou. Even if Zhou can't solve it, there's still Zhuo's parents. At that time, the minister seemed to have mentioned my situation and said that I need some time to transition. Thinking of this, she immediately felt refreshed. Even the situation of being disturbed by the devil intent suddenly became much better. In fact, thinking about it, Zhan Xuejuan recalled how she was captured by the devil race and tortured as a tool. At that time, there was no hope at all. When they should have given up on saving her, so Xiaoduo still bravely stepped forward and rescued her from an impossible situation. That was already an impossible thing. Didn't he still do it? Nothing is impossible in this world if one has the will. As long as one has the will, as long as one doesn't give up, there's nothing in this world that can't be solved. Xiang Chong also thought of Zhou Xiaoduo's divine ability. Since was said so, he must be certain that everything will be fine. The two of them were just scaring themselves and worrying for nothing. With this thought, he immediately felt relieved. After feeling relieved, he immediately gave Zhou Xiaoduo a middle finger to take revenge on this guy for calling him a cuckold. Then, he pulled Zhan Xuejuan and flew away. Even though their actions were quick, it still looked a little sweet and affectionate. It was obvious that the two of them had relaxed too early. They actually neglected another important point that Zhou Xiaoduo mentioned. After the 9 heavenly tribulations, Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding led the unscrupulous couple, and Zhou Xiaoyan as an accomplice, they started another operation of the unscrupulous people, recording. Just now, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't just say that he wanted to record. He really recorded it. Such high-quality material. If they didn't keep it as a memento, wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't use it as a means of blackmail and public punishment in the future? Well, in a sense, or from a long-term point of view, this material, this video, was the real threat to Xiang Chong and his wife in the future. How could a mere demonic disturbance compare to it? The difference was like heaven and earth, and they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. However, Xiang Chong and his wife were far from understanding this. By the time they did, it was already too late. Seeing the two of them leave together with ease, Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly turned in the other direction. Zhan Xuejuan's problem was, of course, very big. However, when the boat reached the bridgehead, everything would be all right. This girl had heaven-defying luck and obtained heaven-ascending cultivation without any effort. How could it be possible that she didn't pay a considerable price? However, these things were all within the scope of being able to be dealt with as her cultivation increased. In the end, it wasn't a big deal. Besides, when Xiang Chong collected the Fate Dragon, the two of them could go out and find a suitable one to snatch for Zhan Xuejuan. Combining their fates, there was nothing they couldn't do. The thick fog churned. Chen Xiaodian had already killed the ancestral dragon high school student in front of him and collected the Fate Dragon. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he saw the thick fog churning and a black-robed youth rushing over. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately saw the corpse on the ground and smiled playfully. "It's already over?" Chen Xiaodian said indifferently. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you're a step too late." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the heavenly secret order in his hand, and his expression became even more playful. "Chen Xiaodian?" Chen Xiaodian smiled. "Nice to meet you." So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "The first star of the Big Dipper, the Sun Star, the Sky Commandant, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord, Gu Tianshu, is a first-class figure of the Demon Court. It's fate that we met. Why don't you come out and meet me?" Chun Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. Starlight flickered in his eyes. He looked at Zhuo and said indifferently, "The so-called son of the sky, Inspector Throne, is indeed extraordinary. You're really knowledgeable." Upon hearing that, how could Zhuo not know that the person in front of him had changed? He smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if I should call you Star-Lord Greedy Wolf, or Sun Star-Lord, or Tianshu Star-Lord." Chen Xiaotian said, "I'm Tianshu. However, the name of Greedy Wolf is indeed true. You can call me whatever you want." "All right. Hello, Star-Lord Greedy Wolf." Zhuo smiled. "Lord Star-Lord, you're possessing my old acquaintance. I almost couldn't recognize you." Star-Lord Greedy Wolf narrowed his eyes. "Old acquaintance?" Zhuo laughed. "Meng Qintian, how long are you going to pretend?" Chen Xiaoyan's gaze turned cold. He immediately reverted to his original voice. "Zhuo, you're really sharp. I admire you. However, I still don't understand. How did you recognize me? Is it possible to clear my doubts before you kill me?" Zhuo said indifferently, "With your insignificant skills, do you really think you can create such a secret? All of your plans and schemes are nothing but a joke in my eyes." Zhuo was not bluffing. He had indeed discovered Meng Qintian long ago. Previously, when they were gathering people, Zhuo had already thrown out 36 Tianji orders. Through the feedback of the Tianji orders, Zhuo was surprised to find that Meng Qintian was among them. He really did not expect that Meng Qintian could sneak into Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu's team. What surprised Zhuo even more was not only Meng Qintian, but also another acquaintance. He had only heard of her name, but had never met her before. She was Ning Qingsheng. When Zhuo saw these two names, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu had become a sieve? How could he be infiltrated like this? Since he came in, he had been trying his best to find Meng Qintian. He knew very well how insidious this guy was. On that day, he had wiped out the entire Meng family's account book. Only Meng Qintian was fine. Not only did he escape, but he could also sneak into Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and attend the Dragon Bloodline competition today. Zhuo had already known that this guy was definitely not of the Meng family's bloodline. Ning Qingsheng also escaped, so Ning Qingsheng was not a member of the Ning family. Thinking about it carefully, these two guys were not only lucky, but also luckier than ordinary people. After running out of the first Heavenly Dao layout and going around in circles, they actually entered the second Heavenly Dao layout. Now, they seemed to be the main force. If it were not for his manifestation technique that had improved further, he was afraid that he would not be able to see through the true identity of these two people. It was hard to say who would win or lose. Meng Qintian's voice came out slowly. "How many people of the Meng family are still alive?" Zhuo sneered. "Including you, almost all of them are dead. Now, in the whole Meng family, only you, Meng Qintian, have not been wiped out." Meng Qintian did not speak. Instead, it was the voice of the Greedy Wolf Star Monarch. "Zhuo, are you killing people now to exterminate the whole family?" Zhuo laughed and said sarcastically, "Greedy Wolf Star Monarch, what you said surprised me. According to the ancient records, when the demon clan ruled the continent, didn't you always want to eat a whole city of people? Why? Now, it's just exterminating a family for revenge, and you can't stand it? Why are you pretending to be a big shot?" The Greedy Wolf Star Monarch laughed. Starlight shone, and a demon subduing pestle appeared in his hand. He said lightly, "Since that's the case, I will do the heavenly patrol on behalf of heaven and enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Chapter 1245. Bah! Zhuo spat and said disdainfully, "Can you not be so hypocritical? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense? Why was the heavenly court of the demon race destroyed back then? It's probably the reason why all of you are so talkative and procrastinating." Greedy Wolf Star Lord's face darkened. This kid's mouth was really vicious. "If I win, don't forget to hand over the Dragon of Providence." Greedy Wolf Star-Lord looked at Zwashauduo with a covetous look in his eyes. If I win, you have to hand over the Dragon of Providence. Zwashauduo would not be at a disadvantage. His aura could not be weak. In this space of providence, once the Dragon of Providence entered a person's body, it could not be taken out without the person's consent. In fact, this was reasonable. How could one get out the providence that had already turned into one's body? However, the dragon's snatching pulse had just begun. Zwashauduo and Greedy Wolf Star-Lord had both gained something. Although the Dragon of Providence had been taken into their bodies, it should not have completely merged with their own providence. It could still be forced out. Not only did Greedy Wolf Star-Lord know this, but so did Zwashauduo. Okay, with a thought, a Dragon of Providence slowly emerged from Greed Star-Lord's body. Then, he placed the Dragon of Providence on the ground and coiled it into a ball. The Dragon of Providence sensed for a moment and instinctively wanted to rush towards Zwashauduo. The human in this position was much luckier than the person he had just possessed. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. However, Greedy Wolf Star-Lord pressed it down and shouted in a deep voice, "Zwashauduo, what about you?" Zwashauduo was displeased. I, Iron Fist Young Master Zwashauduo, have always been open and aboveboard. How can I go back on my words on such a matter? With a thought, the door of the Void Extermination Pagoda opened. Xiaolong transformed into an illusory fog and curled over. At least, he looked exactly the same as the Dragon of Providence. Their eyes were lifeless, and they only had shape and basic instincts. They did not have intelligence or spiritual sense. The two dragons looked at each other and coiled into a ball. They both sat there obediently. All right, the bet is set. The winner and loser are clear. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Good. The winner gets everything, and the loser loses everything. That's how it should be, fair and just. The winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. That's how it is. The Greedy Wolf Star Monarch smiled with satisfaction, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Zwashauduo die. Before he finished speaking, he had already soared into the air. Suddenly, specks of starlight descended from above. Zwashauduo let out a loud roar and charged forward with his bare hands. His entire body was overflowing with the might of the third layer of the flaming sun scripture as he brazenly attacked. The demon's subduing pestle was mixed with the whistling sound of the wind as it approached. Seeing that Zwashauduo was actually fighting with his fists, Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf laughed in his heart. Could it be that this kid was an idiot? Fighting against my starlight demon subduing pestle with his bare hands. Not to mention that this kid's cultivation level was lower than mine. Even if it was not, he would be at a great disadvantage and have no chance of winning. However, just as he was thinking that, Zwashauduo in front of him suddenly disappeared and was replaced by two huge hammers that covered Zwashauduo's entire body. The two huge hammers, mixed with the tyrannical power of thunder, slammed heavily on the demon subduing pestle. There was a deafening boom. Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was sent flying more than 100 feet away with the demon subduing pestle. Zwashauduo succeeded in his attack and did not hesitate at all. The two hammers in his hands turned into a storm and smashed over continuously. Every hammer strike was with all his strength. No matter how you parry, I'll hammer with all my strength. A similar situation had been repeated several times, just like a bowl copying a gourd. Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was shocked and used all his strength to fight back, but he was still forced to retreat more than 100 meters by Zwashauduo in one breath. Although it seemed that he was at a disadvantage, Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was puzzled. What's the use of fighting with all your strength? You can only force me to retreat at most. What's the use? Don't you know that strength cannot last long and softness cannot be defended? As long as I can withstand your first burst of energy, I'll be weakened by the second and exhausted by the third, and the outcome will be reversed. Just as his imagination was running wild, he suddenly saw something. Immediately, his eyes widened and he furiously said, "Shut up! Despicable!" He counterattacked in an extremely frenzied manner. Because he saw that the two Providence dragons that were originally sitting on the ground obediently the one that belonged to Zhuo, suddenly moved when Zhuo launched a fierce attack. It suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth, and swallowed its own Providence dragon in one gulp. When he saw it, more than half of the Providence dragon that originally belonged to him had been swallowed. Zhuo's Providence dragon looked extremely satisfied at this moment, and it even glanced at him sideways. The strange look in his eyes was as if a normal person was looking at a fool. This feeling made Star-Lord Greedy Wolf feel that he was an idiot. He had been fooled. He had been fooled. This kid didn't want to keep his promise at all. The previous words and actions were all pawns. It was a trick to deceive him. It turned out that this dragon knew how to eat other dragons. This was really, where's your martial arts demeanor? Where's your honesty? Where's your word? Star-Lord Greedy Wolf was furious. After fighting with the Wu people for a long time, he was used to his opponents being people who kept their promises. Now, he actually met such a shameless person that, to be honest, he had never thought that his opponent would go back on his word. He had never thought that his opponent would go back on his word. He had done it so openly and without any disguise at all. He had even done it so happily that what a bastard. Zhuo's hammers moved like the wind, but his posture became steady and calm. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, "Of course I keep my promise. Did you see me snatching your dragon? I'm so far away. How can I snatch it? Besides, we have a gentleman's agreement. Once a promise is made, it can't be taken back." Bullshit. Your dragon ate my dragon. Star-Lord Greedy Wolf was about to explode. What does that have to do with me? I kept my promise and didn't touch it. Zhuo said, "The bet is fair and just. What's the difference between your dragon eating it and taking it yourself? You despicable man." Bullshit. Why are you so unreasonable? Zhuo said angrily. Your dragon can also eat mine. Who can you blame if it doesn't eat it? Star-Lord Greedy Wolf gritted his teeth and broke them. He shut up and didn't say anything. It was useless to talk. This was because after the Dragon of Destiny devoured his own dragon, it actually flew up and disappeared. Despicable, shameless, 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 and immoral. This is the best. Star-Lord Greedy Wolf was so disgusted that he felt as if he had swallowed a pile of feces. He never thought that one day he would be played like this. He became more and more furious, and his attacks became fiercer, intending to kill Zhuo in one fell swoop. Zhuo used the Flaming Sun Sutra to control the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. He didn't underestimate the enemy and attacked rashly. The Primordial Fire technique, Zhu Rong's true fire, and Zhou didn't help in the battle. Because Zhuo found that Star-Lord Greedy Wolf in front of him was indeed worthy of being the head of the Big Dipper. His strength was much stronger than the other Star-Lords he had encountered. Even if he used all his strength, he might only be able to defeat him and not kill him in one fell swoop. Since it was difficult to finish the battle in one fell swoop, how could Zhuo expose his trump card under such circumstances? After all, those who had seen all of Zhuo's trump cards were all dead. No one was an exception. Star-Lord Greedy Wolf's demon, Subduing Pestle, was formed from primordial chi starlight. Not only was its texture special, but it also had a special characteristic. As long as Star-Lord Greedy Wolf repaired it with starlight, it could be intact for a long time. It could even be indestructible. Furthermore, Zhuo's 99 Cat Hammer was a genuine divine weapon. The three weapons collided in succession, and the sound of their power was earth-shattering. As the weapons collided continuously, the nearby space shattered and reformed, and then was destroyed again. The deafening sound did not stop from the beginning. The demon's Subduing Pestle was shattered and condensed again and again. Both sides were fighting with all their might. However, Zhuo clearly felt that the Star-Lord Greedy Wolf in front of him was fundamentally different from the Star-Lord Vanquisher from before. The Star-Lord Vanquisher from before was a pure martial arts fanatic. In order to fight, he would rather die than retreat. However, this Star-Lord Greedy Wolf had a lot of thoughts. In addition to the slight damage to the demon's Subduing Pestle, he had to use starlight to repair it, so that the weapon was always in its best and most powerful state. He also had all kinds of sneak attacks and sinister tricks. The traps hidden in every move and style were so many that it made one speechless. Zhuo braced himself and dealt with it with all his might. Zhuo was trembling with fear. He was very careful, afraid that he would accidentally fall into his opponent's trap. However, he did not know that Star-Lord Greedy Wolf was also about to vomit. Since ancient times, no matter what kind of experts the immortals and mortals were, they hated opponents like Zhuo the most. He was born with divine strength, and his strength was many times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. No matter what move you used, he would smash you with his hammer. You had thousands of brilliant plans, but he only had one set of rules. This kind of method was really disgusting, because no matter how many techniques you used, he would ignore them all, and a person like Zhuo, who was already very disgusting, had to be added to the word more, because in addition to ignoring your techniques, he had countless techniques in addition to his set of rules. If he ignored your techniques, there was nothing you could do. However, if you ignored his techniques, you might face a tragic ending of being smashed into a meat patty at any time. Moreover, Zhuo's hammer was too big. No matter what move you used, as long as he pushed the hammer forward, you could only hit the hammer, because the hammer completely blocked his body, leaving no room for escape. Such a battle atmosphere made Star-Lord Greedy Wolf feel simply disgusted. It was so disgusting that he opened the door. Chapter 1246. On the surface, Greedy Wolf Star seemed to be fighting calmly, but in fact he was cursing in his heart. The ancestors of the Zhuo family had all been taken care of more than once. They came excitedly and had just collected a dragon of luck. Then they encountered such a disgusting guy. They even lost the dragon of luck that they had already obtained. The person was disgusting, the character was disgusting, the weapon was disgusting, the way he fought was disgusting, the skills were even more disgusting, and the way he dealt with things was the most disgusting. How could he not be disgusted? What kind of person could give birth to such a thing? And who trained such a thing? Could it be that the people in the Astral Souls continent are like this? Greedy Wolf Star cursed in his heart as he fought. Judging from his looks, his parents and master are probably not good people. As the battle continued, another realization that made Greedy Wolf Star-Lord feel particularly aggrieved came to him. He had a subtle feeling that he was training the other party when he was fighting with the other party. If this feeling came true, then not only would he be disgusted, but he would also be depressed and aggrieved. He had originally hoped that this boy could use such a heavy weapon for a long time. It could not be used for long, especially when fighting with an expert like him. He was afraid that this boy would be exhausted in a short time, and then he would be at his mercy. But how could he expect that this boy, who had already hammered thousands of times, still looked as if he was not tired at all, and he could still hammer 100,000 times? What the hell is going on today? In the booming sounds, Zhuo became braver and braver as he fought. The two hammers, which weighed more than 20,000 kilograms, flew up and down. The two hammers, which weighed more than 20,000 kilograms, were held in his hands as if they were weightless. He pointed to the east and hit the west. After a long while, the surroundings became hotter and hotter, and the air began to be distorted by the blazing energy emitted by Zhuo. Zhuo looked at Greedy Wolf Star and seemed to be a little impatient. Thinking quickly, he shouted at the right time, "Look at my unique skill." Before he could finish his words, he had already infused the primordial fire art into the blazing sun divine art. The temperature instantly rose a second time, even hotter than before, and his attacks were even more ferocious. However, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord was relieved in the face of the soaring attack. He had been waiting for Zhuo to use his trump card. During the Great War of the Liches and Demons, everyone had been playing around leisurely. When it came to fighting with their lives on the line, even if it was an inconspicuous guy, the power he could unleash was not to be underestimated. Over time, he had developed a habit of not using his trump card right from the start. He had to keep a trump card to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy dodged it while in perfect condition, it would be his turn to suffer. The longer one kept their trump cards, the longer they would live. If his background was known early on, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. No matter how high his cultivation was, it would be difficult for him to escape the danger of death. This guy really has a trump card. He's smart. In the greedy wolf Star Lord's opinion, with Zhou Xiaoduo's current cultivation, it was already something that countless young heroes and talents could not do in a fight with an expert like him. Indeed, he was worthy of the 4 words. However, that was all. With a thought, the demon's subduing pestle rolled up with a hum, and its momentum soared. Starlight shone brightly. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and with a shake of his body, he turned into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. He waved the 6th demon, subduing pestles, and pounced fiercely. When Zhou Xiaoduo used his trump card, the greedy wolf Star Lord also showed his trump card, which was enough to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. In the face of the greedy wolf Star Lord, who had detonated his ultimate trump card, Zhou Xiaoduo was really shocked. He had tried his best to overestimate the strength of the person in front of him, but he did not expect the old guy to be so insidious that he had kept such a powerful trump card for so long. If he had really ignored everything and used all his strength just now, he might have been able to suppress the opponent for a short period of time. However, as long as the opponent took a breath and launched a full counterattack with 3 heads and 6 arms, even if he would not be defeated, he would inevitably suffer a great loss. It's still the same principle of building up energy at the first spurt, weakening at the second, and exhausting at the third. At that time, I won't have any time to change my moves. If I use all my spiritual energy to attack, even if I have a trump card, I won't have enough time to use it. Fortunately, he had already reserved some strength. With a loud roar, Baith and Zhou were summoned into the 9-9 cat hammer. The third, more blazing flame, Zhu Rong's genuine fire, also surged out and mixed with 2 heads and 4 arms of the opponent. There was a shrill scream, and a smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. The greedy wolf Star Lord instantly retreated. Like his brothers, he was also caught off guard and suffered a loss from Zhu Rong's genuine fire. Flames rose all over his body, and he screamed, "The successor of Zhu Wu, the god of fire, Zhu Rong?" Zhou Xiaoduo was waiting for this moment, the flaw of the opponent's mind. At the moment when the opponent's strongest attack failed, he launched a large-scale attack and attacked head-on, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. Zhu Rong's genuine fire suddenly expanded. This time, the hammer was directly added with the power of Yin-Yang Samsara of Bai and Jiao. With an unprecedented momentum, it smashed out one after another. At the same time, the 6-pointed star of the starry sky, Eternal Stone, which had been hidden before, also passed through Zhu Rong's genuine fire. With a flash of light, it went straight to the greedy wolf star. The real firepower was unleashed. The greedy wolf Star Lord was caught off guard by the sudden change and was directly attacked by Zhu Rong's genuine fire. Although he reacted quickly and retreated, he still inevitably lost a head and 2 arms. Not only was he in so much pain that he wished he was dead, but his combat power was also sharply reduced. It should be known that his current strength was limited to Starlight origin energy, not natal demonic power. It could not allow him to recover instantly. This sharp decrease had caused him to lose almost a third of his strength, and the pain of his divine sense being burned still lingered, causing him to be unable to endure it. As he staggered back, the opponent's hammer chased after him without giving him a chance to breathe. When they came into contact again, he was shocked to find that the opponent's strength seemed to have more than doubled on the original basis. Not only had he become weaker, but the opponent had become stronger as well. The difference between their strengths was even greater now. As soon as the greedy wolf Star Lord came into contact, he could not hold his body steady and staggered back. However, Zhou Xiaoduo shook his hands, and the 2 hammers left greedy wolf Star Lord's hands and chased after him. This change was even more beyond the greedy wolf Star Lord's expectations. No matter how hard he tried, it was hard for him to imagine that the other party would use such heavy and huge hammers as meteor hammers. Before he could think about it, one of the hammers had already smashed his shoulder. The demon subduing pestle immediately flew out of his hand and turned into starlight fragments, never to exist again. The shoulder that was hit by the hammer was shattered without any room to resist. The greedy wolf Star-Lord was still desperately dodging and retreating, hoping to be lucky. The two hammers that were chasing after him suddenly changed again, and there was a flash of silver light. The main target of the attack, his two eyes, were suddenly pierced by more than 10 needles. Moreover, after the needles were pierced, they immediately exploded, not giving the greedy wolf Star-Lord any room to maneuver. Ow! The greedy wolf Star-Lord screamed hidden weapons. Before his voice died away, 3 hexagrams of the eternal starry sky stone had already formed the shape of a letter and drilled straight into his chest, hitting the vital part of his heart. The moment the starlight exploded again, a figure completely made of starlight suddenly broke away from Meng Qintian's body and flew hundreds of meters away in an illusory state. Meng Qintian's battered body lay on the ground like a broken sack, covered with cuts and bruises. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had no time to care about him. He rushed to the greedy wolf Star-Lord as if he was flying. "Want to run? I haven't received my luck points yet. Why are you running? How could I let you have any leeway to escape from this demon?" The two hammers seemed to be flying out of his hands, but in fact, they were being controlled by Bai and Jiao, maintaining the remaining momentum of the 1,000 Souls nightmare hammers and the power of yin and yang from the two little ones. Immediately, the wind of reincarnation surged. The black and white power naturally formed the shape of a yin-yang fish and smashed down crazily. With the intention to kill, the greedy wolf Star-Lord endured the pain and shouted, "Wait!" Zhou Xiaoduo didn't seem to hear him. He hammered 3 times in a row without any mercy. "Wait! I can stay and guide your cultivation with the power of my soul. You should know that it's not a threat at all," the greedy wolf Star-Lord said loudly. Boom, boom, boom. What answered him was still the sledgehammers smashing down like a storm. For Zhou Xiaoduo, no temptation or benefits were more useful than luck points. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly see the true meaning of the greedy wolf Star-Lord's words. "When the demons return, will you still be as easy to talk to as you are now? When that time comes, you can return to your main body at any time. Won't crushing me be as easy as crushing a bug? If I believe your nonsense, won't I be even more stupid than you?" So Xiaoduo thought about these things very deeply. Naturally, he wouldn't be greedy for temporary benefits and leave behind future troubles. In the starlight shadow, the greedy wolf Star-Lord was begging for mercy at first. Then, seeing that his pleas were useless, he laughed crazily. Suddenly, all the starlight scattered, and a faint voice sounded. "Under the guidance of a life soul, the person who kills me will never forget this hatred." A faintly discernible, illusory starlight rushed into the space between Zhou Xiaoduo's eyebrows. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw the inexplicable attack, he tried to block it with the 99 cat hammer and Zhu Rong's true fire, but he failed. The starlight pierced straight through and entered the space between his eyebrows, but he didn't feel anything after that. Then, with a bang, the starlight exploded. The starlight body of the greedy wolf Star-Lord dissipated into thin air, no longer existing in the world. 700 luck points poured in like a storm. Chapter 1247. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and walked back, dragging the sledgehammer. There were still 2 drops of luck points left. Meng Qintian. This guy was actually not dead yet. His life was indeed very tenacious. When he came to Meng Qintian, he found that Meng Qintian was dying and could die at any time. He stared at the approaching Zhou Xiaoduo with his only intact eye. "Do you have something to say? If you don't, are you unwilling to die?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Meng Qintian and asked faintly. Meng Qintian could be regarded as a talent of his generation. At this moment, he was seriously injured. His internal organs had been smashed, and his Dantian and Purple Mansion had turned into a pile of paste. With his cultivation, he should have died long ago. At this moment, he forced himself to stay alive because he still had some doubts. If this obsession could not be resolved, he would not die in peace. I do have something I don't understand, Meng Chintian said with difficulty. I hope you can enlighten me. Go ahead, Zhou Xiaoduo said. I'm very curious. Why? Meng Chintian said intermittently. Why? Why can't I hide from you? The moment Zhou Xiaoduo called out his name, Meng Chintian instinctively knew that this plan was going to fail again. Because no matter what, Zhou Xiaoduo should not know about his existence. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo was not surprised at all that he had appeared in the layout of the Heavenly Way. No matter how Meng Chintian thought about it, he felt that this was absolutely impossible. In order to hide his identity, he had been keeping a low profile since he came to Shangjing. Unless it was a last resort, he would not show his face in public. His actions were flawless. How did Zhou Xiaoduo know about his identity? He was even very sure that Zhou Xiaoduo did not know about his identity and the changes that happened here before the dragons fought for the Heavenly Way. If Zhou Xiaoduo knew about it, he would not even allow him to appear here. But, why did he know about it when they had just met? He had even figured out the Star-Lord's plan to possess him and used a targeted strategy to kill the greedy wolf Star-Lord. What was more, judging from Zhou Xiaoduo's performance, he had probably killed more than one greedy wolf Star Master. In that case, more than one Star Master had been killed by him. This result was simply too absurd. The Stargate sect had been planning this for many years. They had spent countless manpower, resources, and time to confirm that this plan was foolproof. Yet, Zhou Xiaoduo was able to break it without knowing anything. Meng Chintian wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death, if someone told him that it was all because of the power of luck that could turn misfortunes into blessings. I know of your existence, and I have my reasons for destroying your plans, Zhou Xiaoduo said. It shouldn't be. Meng Chintian's voice grew fainter and fainter. Back then in Phoenix City, everything was clearly within our control. Back then, you were just a child with a mediocre cultivation base. Yet, you were able to turn the tables and overturn the entire situation. Everything was set up, but you, an outsider, actually broke the feng shui formation and set up a heaven-defying plan. I have been thinking about this for years, but I still can't figure it out. Why? Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. Don't you know that I know the art of observing qi? Meng Chintian struggled and wanted to shake his head, but he had no strength left. He said, no, it's not the art of observing qi. Even if Dongfang Xingyang were here in person, he wouldn't be able to overturn the situation so easily. His breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of begging. Although my strength is mediocre, but when it comes to life planning, I've always been proud of it. I've never lost so miserably, so inexplicably without a single clue. I'm dying. Zhou Xiaoduo, can you clear my doubts? Meng Chintian asked. That was indeed the case. Ever since Meng Chintian started to carry out missions, he had always been complacent. Only when he lost his Zhou Xiaoduo did he lose twice in a row. Moreover, both times, it could be said that he lost in a muddle-headed manner. Everything had been calculated, all the preparations had been made, and all the connections had been made. Everything that could be used had been used. Even the way of heaven was part of his calculation and cooperation. The ancient star formation that unified all 15 stargates, the legend of the mission from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Everything had been dug out. With so many advantages, how could he not be confused when he lost so easily? If he could know the truth, Meng Chintian would die with regret. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Zhou Xiaoduo was very determined. Who knows if you're dead or not? Who knows if you can still send messages after your death? What greedy wolf star did just now is enough to give me a headache, isn't it? If I tell you, won't I have to live in fear all day long? A bitter smile flashed through Meng Chintian's single eye. He could understand Zhou Xiaoduo's caution. If it were him, he would most likely have made the same choice. He fell silent in disappointment for a moment, then suddenly asked, Chunyu, before she died, what did she say? He struggled to ask, does she hate me? Meng Chunyu? This name, which he hadn't heard for a long time, reminded Zhou Xiaoduo of many things. That girl with short hair and a valiant figure. She should have been a girl favored by the heavens, but she had been influenced into a vicious woman. Xiaoduo didn't want to answer, but after thinking for a while, he said she died very quickly that day and didn't suffer much pain. Naturally, she didn't have time to say anything. I don't know if she hates you or not, Meng Chuntian asked with a trembling voice. Will I have a chance to see her in the netherworld? So Xiaoduo said lightly. Her soul has a chance to go to the netherworld, if there really is a netherworld. But you are destined to never meet her in the netherworld. Meng Chuntian relaxed and murmured, That's good. That's good. She still has a chance. That's good. He didn't know where he was looking, but he seemed to see the little sister from back then. She was as cute as ice. She held his hand and looked up at him. She asked innocently, Are you my brother? Are you really my brother? So I have a brother. Brother, will you play with me? Those big, clear eyes, that little face that was as pretty as a piece of jade. Meng Chintan looked into the void, and a trace of gentleness and guilt slowly appeared on his face. He murmured, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He kept saying sorry, and his voice got lower and lower. He kept saying until there was no more sound, no breath. His single, I was still looking at a certain direction affectionately. In a flash, 2 fate points fell from the sky. This proved that Meng Chintian was dead. He was really dead. Zhou Xiaoduo watched as Bai and Blackie rushed out and devoured Meng Chintian's soul, but he did not stop them. He did not have a trace of pity in his heart from the beginning to the end. It doesn't make sense that I would let you go after you've done so many evil deeds for your whole life. That's impossible. Well, it seems that Meng Qinyu was the one who killed the 9x9 cat hammer. However, the 9x9 cat hammer and by Xiao He did not have the power to annihilate the original soul. With his cultivation strength at that time, he was indeed unable to destroy Meng Qinyu's soul. It was not a lie to say that she still had a chance to go to the netherworld. At this moment, a misty power of fate slowly rose from Meng Qintian's body. Power of fate. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. He had planned to leave and go to other places as soon as possible. He did not expect that there would be another change. He had killed so many people, but this was the first time such a situation had happened. Meng Qintian had an additional power of fate? What kind of explanation was this? Why didn't anyone else have it? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at it subconsciously. He found that this power of fate was rather dishonest. There were specks of starlight in it, and it seemed to be spreading into the sky. What was more, when it first came out, its shape was even more strange. It vaguely looked like the shape of an ancient array. Since such a good thing had appeared, Zhou Xiaoduo would never let it disappear. Want to run? Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. Xiao Long rushed out like a hungry tiger. He pounced on the power of fate like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After a few bites, he swallowed it into his stomach. Immediately, he heard Xiao Long's voice in his mind. Boss, this thing seems to be just a primer. Primer? What primer? It's this plot. If it succeeds, it will lead all the fate to the sky with this power of fate. It will turn into demonic chi and benefit the Southern Dipper Star Array. Then it will lead to some kind of consequence. So Xiaoduo nodded and said, I see. This is the real key. No wonder Greedy Wolf, Star Monarch, chose to possess someone from his camp. Since the cause and effect were clear, Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate. He waved his hand and put away the eternal star stone on the ground. He floated up and flew to the other side of the thick fog. Before he flew out of this area, he waved his hand. A strong force flew out and blew Meng Qintian's broken body lying on the ground into pieces. The moment he passed through the thick fog, the fog blew on his face. It was like a dream. So Xiaoduo suddenly had a feeling. A certain era, or a certain period, it was finally over. Perhaps from now on, he would no longer be the Zhou Xiaoduo in Phoenix City. Even if his original intention had not changed, time had changed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Today, the grudge from back then had finally turned into a dusty memory. Yu Moyan was trying his best to fight against a strong enemy. Suddenly, the thick fog on the left side turned over. Dugana rushed in and joined the battle without saying a word, fighting side by side with Yu Moyan. Why did you come at such a good time? Umoyan was overjoyed. Compared to others, he naturally hoped that Dan would come to his side. He would just try his best to deal with the strong enemy in front of him. If Yen faced an enemy of similar strength alone, wouldn't she be in danger? Now that Dan came to his rescue, Umoyan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally be at ease. Chapter 1248. It was Zwa who saved me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Dugiena rolled her eyes and explained. Zwa is really reliable. Umo Yin said sincerely. The one I met before was Celestial Star-Lord. Who's the one on your side? Dugien asked while fighting. With their cultivation and strength, one of them was no match for the other. But when they joined hands, they could easily turn the tables. What's more, with the tacit understanding they had over the years and the Spirit United Heart technique, they gradually suppressed the enemy in front of them. They chatted while fighting, but they didn't delay anything. Instead, they increased the psychological pressure on the other side. My opponent is Civil Star-Lord, Umo Yin said. He's very powerful. Don't take him lightly. I know, Dugunu said. I almost suffered a great loss in the hands of these people. How can I not be careful? On the opposite side, Civil Star said nothing. He looked elegant and calm. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the battle, he was still leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard. The battle continued. After exchanging a few hundred blows, the outcome of the battle was still unclear. However, with the arrival of an expanse of extreme coldness, the outcome of this battle was no longer suspenseful. Zhuo Xiaoyan was like a fairy from the heavens, arriving gracefully. Civil Star-Lord withdrew his sword and stepped back with a faint smile. It's really my doom. He was still relaxed, and his smile was not fake. Civil Star-Lord was calm and said slowly, the plan I set in the past was to leave some seeds in advance, in the hope of returning to the ancestral land and gathering glory again. I once said that the cycle of this plan was too long. It lasted for ages and was full of risks. Even if it could arrive smoothly, it was inevitable that its strength would be insufficient. Once it died, there would be no return, and it would lead to the weakening of the other side. I'm afraid that because of this, my 15 brothers will no longer have a foothold in the heavenly court. At that time, my eldest brother wanted to achieve a miraculous achievement, so he insisted on this plan. Today, it seems that what I said was true. This is not an opportunity between the North and the South, but the calamity of the Southern Dipper and the calamity of the Northern Dipper. Zhuo Xiaoyan raised her long sword and said, Civil Star, Zhuo Xiaoyan is here to learn from you. Civil Star-Lord laughed and said, if the three of you work together, I will die for sure. You don't have to flatter me with your words. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned slightly. What do you want? Since it's a situation of certain death, how can Literati Star die like an ordinary person, covered in blood and flesh? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the name of Literati? He laughed loudly. From now on, I'll abandon the universe and turn into a floating star. I won't hold the knife for the heavenly courts. I'll just see if I'm sincere or not. Before he finished speaking, Civil Star-Lord suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. Starlight burst out from his body and a shadow appeared. However, the shadow also disappeared in the next moment. Civil Star-Lord's aura completely disappeared from the world. Only a pen was left in the air. It was a very small pen, about the size of an embroidery needle. It slowly fell to the ground. Zhuo Xiaoyan waved her hand, and the pen fell into her hand. She put it into the space ring and said, Umoyan, take the Dragon of Luck. We have to go to other places. Okay. The possessed person fell to the ground unconscious. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't care about him. Civil Star-Lord left on his own, so the possessed person had great luck. If he could wake up safely, not only would he recover his consciousness, but he would also get the memory fragments left by Civil Star-Lord. Although it was just a fleeting memory, it was still a great benefit. However, Umoyan didn't let him go. After taking the Dragon of Luck, he chopped it into 2 pieces. Umoyan hated traitors the most in his life. This person was obviously a student of Ancestral Dragon High School and a disciple of a big family. However, he was possessed by a demon star. If he didn't have any evil thoughts, how could he do that? Therefore, Yumoyan didn't let him off and killed him with his sword. Let's go. On the other side, Li Zhongming and Wan Lixiu, who had rushed over to help, were fighting another star sovereign. Just as they were gradually gaining the upper hand, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan charged in together. The four joined forces. Zhan Xuejuan's fighting strength was off the charts. She could almost defeat a Star Lord by herself. It didn't take long for the battle to end. It was one of the few battles in the Heavenly Tao that Zhou Xiaoyan and her brother didn't participate in. Then, the four divided into 3 groups and went to help. The Star Lord killed by Li Zhongming and Wan Lixiu was the master of Southern Dipper Palace, Silu Star Lord. Compared to the army-destroying Greedy Wolf and the other Star Monarchs, this celestial minister, Lu Star Monarch, was naturally weaker. When he first came down, he encountered Li Zhongming and was somewhat surprised in his heart. It was a wonder that the astral soul's youth had such a high cultivation at such a young age. However, he was still able to suppress Li Zhongming. The battle also proved his judgment. Although Li Zhongming was also at the peak of the Flying Heaven realm and had compressed his vital essence several times, he still couldn't defeat the Silu Star Lord. It was fine for him to fight for a while, but if the battle dragged on, he would definitely lose. Fortunately, not long after, Wan Lixiu rushed in. The 2 geniuses in the eyes of the Silu Star Lord were fighting him to a standstill. Then, for some reason, Li Zhongming started to doze off. The more he fought, the more tired he became. In the end, he just lay on the ground and fell asleep. However, Wan Lixiu didn't mind at all. She didn't even scold him. Instead, she used all her strength to block all of the Silu Star Lord's attacks. It was as if she was afraid that the Silu Star Lord would disturb Li Chengming's sleep. Silu Star Sovereign was also an experienced great cultivator, so how could he not know that there was something fishy going on? Following that, he felt that he was showing signs of drowsiness, and the drowsiness was getting worse and worse. He couldn't even open his eyes and wanted to sleep badly. His eyes were drowsy, and his whole body was extremely tired. He waved his sword and was beaten by Wan Lixiu. The Silu Star Lord knew that he had fallen into a trap. However, he couldn't wake up. The more he fought, the more tired he became. It wasn't that he didn't try to stab himself in the leg. However, he was still so tired that his eyes started to secrete mucus. Fuck, what kind of martial art is this? Could it be a dream Tao technique? The Silu Star Lord felt so sullen and shocked that he wanted to die. Wan Lixiu was very clear about Li Zhongming's methods. In the past, she had been dealt with by him many times. At this moment, she was not affected at all. She was full of energy as she suppressed the Lu Star Lord and beat him up like a sandbag. Just as she was happily beating him up, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan came over. Zhan Xuejuan then pierced the Silu Star Lord into a mutton skewer with her spear. It had to be said that Zhan Xuejuan's murderous aura and murderous heart were more than 1,000 times stronger than before. Every move was a sure kill move. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed through the thick fog. When he saw people again, it was Li Chenglong and Yi Yan. They were sweating profusely as they beat up the person opposite them. Zhou Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief when a heavenly secret token flew over. Luckily, he wasn't beaten to death yet. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't worried about Li Chenglong and the others. Instead, he was worried about the Southern Dipper's #1 star, the Palace Master of the Treasury Star Lord. He had just received 2 drops of Providence points to prove this fact. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that it was enough for one of the Star Lords to be killed. This also caused him to only receive 2 basic Providence points from the person who was possessed. And if the Star Lord died in the hands of others, he naturally wouldn't receive the heavenly secret token. The 700 Providence points that he should have received had flown away forever. So Xiaoduo expressed his heartfelt heartache. As stingy as he was, he naturally moved faster and faster. This was because there were already many people who had been released. These guys wouldn't show mercy. As long as they could deal with it themselves, they definitely wouldn't wait for him to deal with it. As long as any two of them worked together, they would at least have the strength to fight to a draw, or even kill a Star-Lord. Now that he saw a battle between Star-Lords, Xiao, who had rushed out, didn't say anything. He waved his sledgehammer and pounced forward. He activated the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer and smashed it out crazily. Go help others. Li Qinglong shouted. We can handle this. Trust us. Xiao turned a deaf ear as he rushed forward and entered the battle with a strong momentum. The moment he started, he continuously smashed out 3,600 hammer strikes. How can I not know if you can handle it? I'm not blind. The problem is that if I don't make a move, the 700 points in front of me will fly away again. This really doesn't matter if I trust you or not. That's a lot of Providence points that a series of 3,600 hammers blasted the fate-ruling Star-Lord to dust. 700 Providence points arrived as scheduled. Li Qinglong didn't notice that he was smashed away by Xiao's hammer. Holding his sword, he said gloomily, I already said that victory is in our hands. Why don't you meddle in other people's business? Why don't you go and help the others first? Stop talking nonsense. Let's end this quickly. There are others. Xiao didn't explain. He flipped over and said, Don't go all out when you encounter someone difficult to deal with. Fight steadily and wait for me to go over. Li Qinglong could only watch gloomily as Yu Yin kept the Dragon of Providence. Then, they went their separate ways and headed elsewhere. Who would wait for you if he can handle it? No matter how he looked at it. It felt like she was here to steal the credit. However, what credit could there be? Was there a need to be so anxious? On the other side, Gao Qiao met Cheng Qingning. Gao Qiao was fine, but Cheng Qingning was a little disappointed. The person she wanted to meet the most was Xiao. To be able to kill Xiao was her lifelong pursuit and greatest wish. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, not to mention Xiao, she was not even a match for Gao Qiao. She was almost instantly killed in one move. The reason why it was said to be almost was probably because the Star-Lord who had possessed her had hurriedly attacked, allowing her to escape the calamity. Then, the possessed military Star-Lord took control of the body and immediately suppressed Gao Qiao. Chapter 1249. However, Gao Qiao was very smart. After a short fight, she knew that she was no match for him. She saw the opportunity earlier than Wan Lixio and immediately changed her fighting style. Since she was not strong enough, she would rather use her wits than her strength. She dodged left and right, try her best to avoid a head-on fight with him. Gao Qiao had inherited the Moon Lord body movement, which was extremely flexible and ethereal. With her own cultivation, she could only dodge and fight. Even though the Star Master's cultivation was much higher than hers, he could do nothing to her. The situation was in a stalemate. However, there was a limit to the space. The Star Master was the one who had the most extensive knowledge of martial arts among the Star Masters. He quickly understood Gao Qiao's intention and used countless moves to close in on her. Gradually, he compressed the space that Gao Qiao could use. In the long run, no matter how slippery Gao Qiao was, she would still be defeated and killed in the end. However, Gao Qiao's hard work allowed her to hold on for a whole hour. Under the endless moves of the Star Master, when Gao Qiao was about to be defeated, Xiao rushed over in an aggressive manner. So watch out. Gao Qiao was overjoyed. She retreated with sweat dripping down her body and shouted, He is the Star Master of the Star Master. His moves are very complicated. So Xiao took out a Tianji order and said with a smile, Don't worry. He has thousands of moves. I will smash him to death with my hammer. So Xiao, a woman's voice full of resentment came from the woman possessed by the Star Master of the Star Master. Ning Qingcheng, it's you. So Xiao smiled faintly. You barely escaped with your life, but you came here to die. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me for this. Forgive me for not sending you off on the road to the underworld. Ning Qingcheng said angrily, Even if you kill me, I will be reunited with the Ning family in hell. It's better than being an orphan in this world." As she spoke, she had already wiped off her makeup, revealing her devastatingly beautiful face. Even Gao Qiao couldn't help but feel pity for such a peerless beauty in front of her. This woman was simply too beautiful. She was almost at the level of little Nian's sister-in-law. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have any tender feelings for the fair sex. He didn't have any cells in him that would show mercy to a woman. In other words, other than Zhuo Xiaoyan and a few other beautiful women, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the only one who could make Zhuo Xiaoduo unable to lay his hands on not a single one. Saying that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a heart of steel was just a compliment. He was practically a heartless guy. "I'm face blind. I can't tell if a woman is beautiful or not," Zhuo Xiaoduo once said in a casual conversation. At that time, Long Yuxing and the others were all there. Everyone asked, "Then do you think little Nian is beautiful?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said shamelessly, "I really can't tell. If she hadn't pursued me since I was a child, how could she have beaten me? Anyway, I'm going to have a family, so I'll just put up with it. She's the one. As for whether she's beautiful or not, it doesn't matter." When Zhuo Xiaoduo said this, he crossed his legs in a smug and high-spirited manner. Then he was scolded. It didn't matter that he was scolded. Zhuo Xiaoduo relied on his tyrannical strength to beat up everyone present. Then he snatched the phone and deleted all the recorded video and audio. So, according to Zhuo Xiaoduo, whether Ning Qingsheng was beautiful or not, he couldn't see it. Cough. But whether she was beautiful or not, she deserved to die here. Hurry up and turn into a lot of luck points for me. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed up with his hammers. "I'll smash your head into pieces. Let's see if you're beautiful or not." Military Star was indeed a martial artist. When he fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo felt an unusually huge pressure. It was almost the same as when he fought with Greedy Wolf Star. However, after receiving thousands of luck points, Zhuo Xiaoduo was no longer the Zhuo Xiaoduo who fought with Greedy Wolf before. He went all out as soon as he started fighting. With a shake of his hand, he sent thousands of luck points. The battle between Zhuo Xiaoduo and Military Star lasted for more than half an hour. Gao Qiao not only couldn't get involved in this fierce battle, but also had to cover her ears and hide far away. Her face was full of pain. As the battle continued, the shockwaves created by the two of them became more and more intense. The entire space had been shattered countless times. With Gao Qiao's current cultivation base, she couldn't withstand it. To be fair, Military Star's combat experience and skills were much better than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't compare with him in terms of timing and control. It was only in terms of strength that he was at a complete disadvantage. But this alone was enough to make the Star Lord shut himself in. As the battle continued, he became more and more compatible with the body he had taken over. He could unleash his full power. His cultivation base and strength were at the pinnacle of the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Against the pinnacle of the Sky Soar realm, he had to combine his skills, experience, and timing. He had the upper hand in every aspect. Even with so many advantages, he was at a disadvantage in terms of offensive strength. He couldn't win. How are you going to reason with this? Just how powerful was this kid's foundation to be able to create such an unreasonable situation? After an hour or so of battle, Military Star was truly at a disadvantage. There was no way he could turn the tables. He was already fighting with all his might, but his opponent's hammer was simply too heavy. It was so heavy that Military Star was planning to exhaust his opponent to death with his skills and abilities. Even if he had to overcome 10 opponents with brute strength, he was going to overcome them with skill. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. Moreover, no matter which senior expert, based on their experience, knowledge, and vision, what he was doing was the most suitable for the current situation. It was also the strategy that could turn the situation around and defeat the enemy. And when the battle, however, Military Star adopted the most appropriate strategy to exhaust himself to death. All of his cultivation base had been completely drained. His opponent, whom he wanted to exhaust to death, was still full of energy. His face was ruddy, and he was still fighting fiercely. He didn't look like he had been through a life-and-death battle for such a long time. Instead, he looked like he had just eaten a great tonic. At this moment, seeing that his opponent was unable to continue, so Xiaoduo finally unleashed Zhu Rong's true fire. The flame soared to the sky. After a few consecutive battles, Zhuo Xiaoduo's benefits could be said to be incomparable. He was like a huge, dry sponge, absorbing the experience and skills of the celestial lords tirelessly. He was like a whale, sucking in the ocean, and even sucking the marrow out of their bones. For Zhuo Xiaoduo, this was an extremely rare opportunity. If he were to forget himself and go a little crazy, then so be it. If any one of the 15 celestial lords were to fight Zhuo Xiaoduo, they would be able to squash him to death with just 2 fingers. It would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. However, at this moment, they had thrown themselves into the heavenly Tao pattern and possessed their bodies. Every single one of their cultivations was in an extremely awkward state. Tao integration pinnacle stage. Under the heavenly Tao, where the highest cultivation base limit was the Sky Soar pinnacle stage. This level of cultivation base should be enough to control the entire situation and resolve all obstacles. However, no one would have thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be able to defeat an opponent of a higher cultivation base than himself. There was more than one person like Zhuo Xiaoduo. Everyone in Zhuo Xiaoduo's group was at the Sky Soar pinnacle stage, and their combat prowess had exceeded that level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. However, in the eyes of the celestial lords, this was an absolutely insane and inconceivable reality. What they didn't know was that to Zhuo Xiaoduo, they could be said to be the most suitable and the most convenient whetstones. Zhuo Xiaoduo was at the Sky Soar pinnacle stage, and his cultivation base was even more powerful than theirs, which was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Furthermore, all of their techniques and experiences were completely useless in the face of Zhuo Xiaoduo's massive hammers and overwhelming strength. Aside from instilling techniques and experiences into Zhuo Xiaoduo, all of their techniques and experiences were completely useless in the face of Zhuo Xiaoduo's overwhelming power. His demonic power was gone, and his bonded weapon was gone. The crushing victory that he had envisioned had occurred, except he was the one being crushed after Zhuo Xiaoduo's frenzied hammer strikes reached 12,000 times. Military Star-Lord finally retreated with blood gushing from his mouth. He had reached his limit. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to press his advantage, and Zhu Rong's true flames burned even more fiercely. The Starry Sky Indestructible Stone also appeared, and Military Star-Lord was about to be sentenced to death. "Stop!" Military Star-Lord roared. "I'll dissipate on my own. Don't damage your body." Zhuo Xiaoduo mercilessly hammered down 300 times. Who would have thought that the Celestial Lord would be so protective of the fairer sex? It's a pity that I'm not. Ning Qingqing's voice also sounded. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, I have something to ask you." "No need." Zhuo Xiaoduo charged forward. "You've wasted too much time. I don't want to hear any information from you, and I have no obligation to tell you." "What? About? Love?" He enunciated the last 4 words one at a time. It was as if the sky was falling. Ning Qingqing's enchanting body had been hammered into pieces, her flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Gao Qiao's mouth twitched. Such a peerless beauty was not treated well by Zhuo Xiaoduo, that as soon as Military Star-Lord Starlight burst out, Zhuo Xiaoduo caught up with him. Without even giving him a chance to speak, Zhuo Xiaoduo hammered him to death with 99 strikes. Boom! After the last strange explosion, there was only a deep sigh. I regret not listening to Wen Chu's words. As expected, the 700 drops of Providence points arrived on time. Chapter 1250. After Ning Qingqing's death, a hazy aura of Providence also appeared, just like Meng Qintian's. However, it was even more chaotic than the one that appeared after Meng Qintian's death. After all, Ning Qingqing had only recently joined the sect. In fact, the best person for this operation was Mo Xuani. Unfortunately, Ever since Mo Shwani went missing, they couldn't find him again. They had no choice but to let Ning Qingcheng take his place. Although it wasn't to the extent of making up the numbers, she wasn't the best choice. At this point, 10 out of the 15 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper were dead. The situation of the battle was extremely tragic. After another hour, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhun Piapiao killed Celestial Lord Longevity, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Zhuo Xiaoduo led the others to kill Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace and Celestial Lord of the Zuo Fudong, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Zhang Xuejuan performed a hat trick and killed Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace. Finally, Celestial Lord of the Southern Dipper Heaven Palace was killed by Li Chenglong, Pai Yibao, and the others. Finally, they killed the Celestial Lord and didn't get shaved bald. The 15 Celestial Lords of the Southern Dipper were all wiped out. The 4 pawns of the Wang family, 2 in the open and 2 in the dark, all had forbidden drugs on them. They exploded in the land of Providence, hoping to succeed. However, in the face of Zhuo Xiaoduo's group, who could even kill 15 Celestial Lords at the pinnacle of the Tao integration pinnacle stage, they were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They were quickly killed one by one. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been trying to find Lan Bingrui from the beginning. Unfortunately, she couldn't find her in the end. Instead, Zhang Xuejuan, who didn't know Lan Bingrui, found her and fought for the Dragon of Providence. In the end, Lan Bingrui was seriously injured, and Zhang Xuejuan obtained the Dragon of Providence. This was one of the few battles in this battle that didn't result in casualties. Under the influence of the Heavenly Tao layout and the Star Dipper Heaven Palace, everyone's bad habits were infinitely magnified. In particular, their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were magnified to the extreme. This also caused Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to be targeted the most in the competition. It's just because of his identity as the son of the Heaven Inspecting Minister. He's the second generation of a super official, a deformed product piled up by connections and resources. What real ability does he have? If my father was a Heaven Inspecting Minister, I would definitely be stronger than him. It had to be said that there was a huge market for people with this kind of mentality. But one thing was for sure, when you think this way, you're already denying all the hard work of others and even demonizing them. At the same time, he placed himself in a relatively unfair position. Even Li Chenglong and the others were interpreted as, it's only because he flattered the son of the sky inspecting minister. So, he became a lackey who flatters his smelly feet and follows him everywhere. That's why he got some solid trash. This kind of bootlicker is the most disgusting. Are they the only ones in the world who know how to flatter others? Why is it that I can't catch up to those bootlickers, even though I've worked so hard? If it were me, with the same amount of resources and benefits, I would definitely be better. There was a huge market for this kind of mentality. With this kind of distorted mentality, it was magnified many times in a specific environment. It was fine if they didn't meet Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. But if they did, they would rush up to bite and fight like red-eyed, hungry wolves. But this also led to Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to gain more and more. It had to be said that this was really a very ironic and thought-provoking thing. The so-called thought-provoking was probably because this kind of thing was too common and too marketable in this world. They didn't think about one thing. Even if someone else was the son of the minister and took advantage of them, what did it have to do with them? Or they asked themselves, should the son of the minister be taken care of? When such a question was put forward, even if it was asked face to face, the answer would be very clear. It has nothing to do with me. The son of the minister should be taken care of. This was a truth that didn't need to be said. Everyone understood this truth. But in this place, it became the original sin. Even if it was because of the environment, there were still some unbearable things that existed in human nature. In the whole group of dragons fighting over the earth veins, there were a total of 36 dragons of Providence that rushed out of the earth veins. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't take much and only obtained 9 dragons. And most of them were those who dared to rob him. If Zhuo let go of the frequency of robbing, with his speed and combat strength, he will be able to collect at least 15 dragons. Although Zhuo method was similar to Zhuo there were also people who wanted to rob her. After such a series of battles, the dragons of providence automatically entered her body. In the end, she also collected 6 dragons. Li Chenglong also had 2 dragons of providence. As for the others, such as Long Yuxing and the others, each of the 12 people had 1 dragon. Zhou Yinqing took 1 dragon. The imperial family took 1. If Zhou Yinqing was also a member of Zhuo Xiaoduo's group, then Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others would have collected a total of 30 dragons of providence. Even if Zhou Yinqing wasn't counted, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others still had a huge share of 29 dragons. Such a number, such a proportion, was simply terrifying. With the death of all 15 star monarchs, the dragons of providence had their own masters. There was no need to fight for the group of dragons fighting over the earth veins. However, the power of the earth veins continued to surge out. Although it could no longer take the form of a dragon, this power was still not to be underestimated. It was just that few people could use it. Although it was difficult to use people, Xiaolong was not in this category. He meandered in the air and transformed into a huge figure that occupied tens of thousands of meters of land. No matter where the earth veins appeared, he would swallow them all in one gulp. This situation made Xiaolong so happy that he felt that his dragon life had reached the peak, especially after Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him a few more drops of DD. Xiaolong's satisfaction and happiness soared and directly exploded. His sense of loyalty soared to a super level of tens of thousands in one go. Since ancient times, which boss had treated his underlings so well? Only Zhuo. Long live boss, long live boss, long live boss, long live boss. Xiaolong shouted silently in the sky. Down on the other side of the distant starry sky, in the Big Dipper War Palace, a total of 9 mighty figures were unprecedentedly weak, directly causing the abnormal phenomena in the sky. Everyone in the Big Dipper War Palace panicked. How could the 9 bosses have fainted at the same time? Moreover, their cultivation base was dropping like a waterfall. The War Palace immediately reported this situation. After many mighty figures came to check, but to no avail, the Kunpeng Demon Master personally came to see what was going on. In the end, before he could figure out what was going on, he received a new report saying that the same thing happened in the South Dipper War Palace and requested the Demon Master to take a look. The Kunpeng Demon Master's mind spun as he connected the dots and quickly understood everything. He stood up and sighed. North and South Dipper, killing formation. Dipper, killing formation. With a sigh, he floated away. After entering the Demon Emperor Palace, the Crown Prince, who was in charge of the Demon Emperor Palace, came to inquire. The Demon Master only sighed and said, "The South Dipper and North Dipper's battle power has been crippled. If you don't want them to be humiliated by despicable people, please give the order, Crown Prince, to let them enjoy the rest of their lives." Upon hearing this, all the great demons were stunned. Their eyes and faces were filled with disbelief. A million years of hard work has now been destroyed. Furthermore, the South Dipper and North Dipper stars in the sky, after the 15 Dipper soul extraction, have already broken free from the Heavenly Court's control. The Star Heart is free. From now on, the Heavenly Court is not complete, and the stars in the sky are not complete. The Demon Master sighed. This is fate. The backlash after forcefully going against the will of the heavens is fate. Master, the Crown Prince's handsome face was filled with indignation. Is there any way to remedy this? If the 2 majesties are not in seclusion now and are still clear-headed, perhaps, in the name of the Orthodox Heavenly Court, they can use the Dongwang Bell and the Book of Luo to suppress their providence. They can use the Emperor's might to subdue the stars and maintain the integrity of the sky. Then, the 15 Dipper sovereigns can split their souls and place them in the South Dipper and North Dipper positions again. But the 2 majesties have been in seclusion for many years. In the future, after a few years of rest, the The stars will be able to operate according to the ancient laws and form their own system. The 15 Dipper sovereigns will be connected and stretch across the sky. Even if the majesties wake up, it will be too late. The demon master sighed, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face. When there was finally some hope of returning to the ancestral land, the Dipper sovereigns, who had always been the top fighting force of the demon race, actually made such a huge mistake. This result, this current situation, filled his heart with uneasiness. He had just tried to calculate the heavenly secrets, but he realized that the heavenly secrets were in a state of chaos and could not be calculated at all. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a sea of confusion. He did not know if this was the after effect of defying the will of the heavens or some other sign. Let's find the direction first. We'll talk about everything after we return. The dazzling hall fell into a state of silence. Down in the capital of the astral souls, in the slums, that although they were nominally subordinate to the Umno Alliance, in reality, they were still the leaders of the demon race. At this moment, all of them were bathed in blood. The 15 of them were constantly vomiting blood, and their bodies were dripping with blood that their auras were also constantly slipping down. However, the loss of their cultivation bases and the pain of their bodies were far from comparable to the pain in their hearts. They looked at each other, and they were all at a loss, in despair, and in disbelief. They had failed. The Star Sovereigns had all fallen. How is this possible? How could this happen? They had clearly pried open the heavenly Tao structure, and everything was clearly under their control. The Star Sovereigns, who were at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, had entered the bodies that they had prepared long ago. The bodies had all been turned against them and would not resist, causing the Star Sovereigns to be unable to unleash their full strength. Everything had been calculated meticulously and meticulously. It should have been like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife and flying dragons riding on the face, But they had actually failed? How could they have failed? Star Sovereigns. A total of 15 Star Sovereigns had disappeared without a trace. All gone. Chapter 1251. After a long time, everyone stood up weakly and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with despair, and they didn't know what to do. His face was equally bleak and devoid of color. A few of them had just stood up, but they immediately sat back down and continued to vomit blood. Their cultivation bases had plummeted by 95%. Their soul consciousness and soul power had also plummeted like a falling cliff. They fell to the bottom of the sea, and this kind of weakening couldn't be recovered through simple healing. Now, everyone's condition was even worse than when they were fatally injured. We're completely defeated. We have to leave this place immediately. Granny Tam Lang tried to stand up, but her legs were still trembling. We can't stay here for long. Everyone also struggled to stand up. They had failed. Their life's efforts had all gone down the drain. But they still had a life. Their lives were more important than their life's efforts. They couldn't lose it. Only by preserving their lives could they talk about the future. They still had a lot of knowledge and countless secret techniques related to the Starry Sect. Previously, in order to complete the mission in one fell swoop, they sacrificed all the disciples around them. Now, other than themselves, there was no one else left in the Astral Souls continent. Even if it was for the inheritance of the Starry Sect, they had to survive and prolong their feeble existence. As long as they could return alive, there would naturally be a way to heal their injuries and revive the Starry Sect. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed, and another figure appeared in the courtyard. It was a young man. At this moment, he was pacing slowly with his hands behind his back. Everyone, you've reached the end. Going against the heavens and breaking the rules, there will be a backlash. I'm here to welcome you to the final destination. Who are you? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This young man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Everyone's cultivation, divine sense, and soul power were all exhausted, but they still had their eyesight. However, when the young man suddenly appeared, even though he was right in front of them and they could see him clearly, they still felt that he was just a mass of air. Such a cultivation level. I'm Yudong Tian, also known as the Heavenly King of the Right. Yudong Tian smiled faintly. I thought I was here to receive 15 sect leaders. I fought so hard that my pants fell off. In the end, it turned out to be 15 trash like you. Is it fun to play with the will of the heavens? What he said was completely true. Yudong Tian was truly very disappointed at this moment. If he had known that there would only be 15 Yuanian cultivators at most, why would he need to send the Heavenly King of the Right personally? It was too degrading. However, he had personally witnessed the deaths of so many Dao integration stage, Soar Heavens cultivators in the Star Slaughter formation. If he didn't make this trip himself, what would he do if another batch of Dao integration stage cultivators were killed? Therefore, he volunteered to defeat Yin Zhonghu and defeated by Yin Duo, and finally got this cushy job. Now it seemed that bullshit. Heavenly King of the Right. Upon hearing this name, Granny Tan Lang and the others, who were barely holding their bodies up, couldn't continue anymore. They all collapsed to the ground. The Heavenly King of the Right personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of them? Could it be that the Heavenly King of the Right usually had so much free time? They indeed didn't know that the Heavenly King of the Right was frightened by their Star Slaughter formation that Yudong Tian sighed. With a wave of his sleeve, he had already swept up the 15 people and left. He didn't even want to say a word. He originally wanted to make a big contribution, but in the end, there might still be some contributions, but with just these few people. Just the fact that he personally made a trip here was already a huge loss. Okay, how embarrassing. This was clearly something that could be settled by sending Hua Yun here. What a mess. It was too degrading that just as the Heavenly King of the Right took away the 15 people at the bottom of the Death Soul Cliff, just as that monster was grievously healing himself, suddenly starlight exploded and balls of destiny energy descended from the sky. That monster couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. It was actually the power of virtue. This was too surprising. Could it be that my actions during this period of time had actually made the heavens happy and accumulated so much merit? Oh my God! After so many years of patience and cultivation, there was finally a result. I, Zhu Yan, am now a beast with merit. Sob. I'm so touched. The heavenly Tao is indeed fair. There's a reward for every effort. The more miserable it was before, the more generous the reward was now. Just as it was looking forward to the power of virtue descending on its body, that thick mass of destiny energy, which was almost materialized, finally descended on its head. That monster Zhu Yin couldn't wait to raise its head and open its mouth, sucking hard at it. It couldn't suck. Why couldn't it suck? It stuck out its long tongue and tried to lick the... I couldn't lick? No, I don't believe it. I'll lick again. I'll lick hard. I'll lick with all my might. After repeated attempts, there was no result. That monster Zhu Yin was even more confused. I'm the only living person in this place. Since my merit is here, it wouldn't be aimless. How could it be that all of a sudden, the power of providence began to spin rapidly and shrank, then swoosh, 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 it seeped down. From one side of its face seeped down. That monster's eyes, which were as big as the room, followed the power of virtue and looked down. Its eyes were full of confusion. Below its chin was the cocoon formed by its blood, inner core, brain matter, soul power, and elemental energy. A small cocoon, and all that power of providence had actually entered that small cocoon in an instant. That monster Zhu Yin, who understood the reality before its eyes, was completely confused. It stared at the cocoon at its feet with its eyes wide open. Its eyes were full of despair and confusion. If it had Xiaoduo's talent, it would probably think of a beautiful melody. Once had, once lost, once had a difficult choice. Years of broken dreams. Left in its heart, never to fade. Who can tell me? What is what? What is what? What is? Qin Fangyang's long-lost consciousness told himself that his soul had wandered in the sea of stars. He didn't know how many places and how many centuries he had experienced. Finally, he felt the existence of his body again. He tried to move. There was no pain in his body. Even the feedback he felt was that his body was intact, and the cultivation in his body had soared tremendously, as if it was about to explode. An extremely large amount of energy surged through his limbs and bones. Every single pore of his body was still squeezing the most powerful energy into his body. Given Qin Fangyang's self-knowledge, if he endured such powerful energy, his small body would definitely explode and die instantly. Moreover, he would die such a miserable death that even his bones wouldn't be left behind. Could it be that the moment I regained my consciousness before the setting sun was to feel the final descent of death? Before he could finish his thought, Qin Fangyang was even more horrified to discover that his meridians seemed to have been strengthened by hundreds of times without him even knowing what was going on. He could clearly feel that his entire body had been reborn. His cultivation was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were more than 1,000 times stronger. His meridians were more than 1,000 times stronger. His combat power seemed to have increased by more than 1,000 times as well. When he came to this realization, Qin Fangyang's first thought was, "That's great. With such cultivation, I can beat up that little bastard's with Xiao Duo. I must beat that little bastard's ass into 4 pieces." Then he realized that his thoughts were a little wrong. That shouldn't be the first thing that came to mind. Yes, there was still revenge. There were also many more important things. I've been framed and ambushed. Will my students come and take revenge on me? If they came and faced those people, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? And I would be in great danger when Qin Fangyang thought of this. He was about to flip over and get up and hurriedly look for that group of students. Then he was stunned to find out. Where was he? Something that looked like cotton had wrapped around his entire body? What was going on? He tried to reach out and use a little strength. He felt as if he could tear it apart, but what was he waiting for? He gathered all his strength. Rip! Qin Fangyang tore apart the huge cocoon that was wrapped around the outside. After tearing it apart, it seemed as if something was pouring into his body. On the other hand, the thing that was torn apart by him was actually like flowing water that flowed along his skin and drilled into his body. Then it transformed into an extremely surging energy that flowed throughout his entire body, and his cultivation actually improved once more. Fuck, what was going on? Qin Fangyang sat up and was lost in his thoughts. I seem to have encountered some incredible things. Every single one of them is beyond my understanding. Then he felt that something even more wrong was coming one after another. The moment he raised his head slowly, he saw 2 eyeballs that were at least as big as a room hanging above him. It was as if he was looking into a mirror. He could clearly see his own face and figure in those huge eyeballs. Damn, Qin Fangyang was after all a teacher. Even though he was in such an awkward situation, he still couldn't say those words. He immediately said, "Damn it, what is this thing?" Then he could clearly see that the expression in those huge eyeballs was even more human. It was originally filled with depression, grievance, confusion, grievance, and confusion. That now there was an addition of innocence, anger, but not daring to say anything. This is what is going on? I was obviously the one who was shocked. What are you feeling wrong for? What are you angry about? I was unconscious all this time. How did I offend you? Do you have to show such an expression? Chapter 1252. Greatly shocked, Qin Fangyang leaped up and felt as if his body was floating. With just a raise of his chi, he had already flown several tens of thousands of feet away. What? When did I become so powerful? It was only then that he saw the monster's full appearance that could be seen from the outside. This was actually an unimaginably huge, demonic beast. Just its eyeballs were as big as a room. Then, how big was its entire body? One could only imagine the size of a gigantic, giant venomous snake. But why was I under this thing's chin? Who could explain it to me? At this moment, a clear spiritual power finally came. Human, you're awake? No need to be confused. I saved you. You saved me? Qin Fangyang could not help but ask subconsciously. So many unforeseen events had struck him at once, causing him to be completely unable to think. He had even neglected the fact that he had clearly suffered a fatal injury. Not only had he not died, but he had also been reborn. His cultivation base had increased explosively to a level that was completely unimaginable, and unimaginable. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. Yes, you're my benefactor. The demonic beast's spiritual power was vast, and its words were clear and accurate. But this sentence made Qin Fangyang's brain more and more blank. That I'm his benefactor? How could this be? Where did it come from? Shouldn't the correct way of saying it was his benefactor, his savior? How could it be reversed all of a sudden? And he became his benefactor. In the gloomy explanation of the demonic beast Zhu Yin, Qin Fangyang finally understood the ins and outs of the whole thing. That for a moment, he didn't know whether he should say that he was lucky or unlucky this time. Thinking back to that day, he had exploded 5 doppelgangers, and his cultivation was almost completely destroyed. Finally, he fought for a sliver of time and jumped off the cliff. The person chasing after him also reacted quickly. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he still threw the weapon in his hand, causing my injuries to worsen. My last thought was that I was going to die, and this guy had lived under the cliff for God knows how many years. My seriously injured body directly fell into this guy's mouth. Then, this guy not only didn't eat me, but also worshipped me. If I didn't misunderstand, it should be like this, and even let me eat its essence, flesh, inner core, brain matter. This demonic beast was so generous. These were also things that could be used to treat guests. Why can't I believe it? Also, this demonic beast treated me so well. So how did I become his benefactor? Facing Qin Fangyang's gaze, the demonic beast didn't find it strange and began to explain. He explained it over and over again that Qin Fangyang finally understood the whole story. So that's how it is. But then he remembered that he had to go out immediately. I can't stay here any longer. You're going out? The demonic beast suddenly became excited. Then can you take me out with you? Take you out? Qin Fangyang estimated that this guy's body was at least the size of an entire residential area. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was he supposed to bring her along? Don't worry. I can become small, very small. Zhu Yin was immediately in high spirits. He had truly had enough of staying at the bottom of this cliff. I want to get out. The world is so big. I want to go to Hong Kong. It could become smaller. Very small. How small exactly? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. He couldn't refuse. Even if the demonic beast said that he was his benefactor, Qin Fangyang asked for it. The demonic beast was his savior. So the demonic beast was his benefactor. If he couldn't even fulfill such a small request, it couldn't be justified. But the key was the problem of how small he could become. After all, this demonic beast body was simply too big. When he said that it was small, if it was only small in his opinion, or quite big, then it was a gigantic beast whose eyeballs were as big as a house. Zhu Yin immediately became happy. With a sway of its body, its huge body visibly shrank. With another sway of its body, it shrank even further. A circle of poisonous fog sprayed out, and another circle of poisonous fog sprayed out. Qin Fangyang stood in the poisonous fog, completely unharmed. He didn't even feel any discomfort. Finally, after Zhu Yin shook it, but for more than 100 rounds, it finally raised its head. Is this okay? It raised its big eyes and looked at Qin Fangyang, sighing dejectedly. Seems like it's still not okay. Qin Fangyang was speechless for a while. In terms of body size, you're a lot smaller than before, which is an eye-opener for me. But your body is bigger than a 3-room house now. So of course it's still not okay. How can I enter Shangjing with you? We'll be attacked at the first opportunity, and they'll think that I'm up to no good and have ulterior motives. Zhu Yin sighed with extreme grievance. If this still doesn't work, then I'll transform into your human form. Okay? As it said this, it sniffled as if it had been wronged. Qin Fangyang's heart suddenly surged with emotions. You can fucking transform. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me that transforming into a human form makes it look like I'm mistreating you. The fog rose again, and in an instant, a muscular man of about 7 meters appeared in front of Qin Fanyang. His body was full of muscles, and his head was bumpy. There wasn't a single strand of hair on his head, and he was naked from head to toe. The huge thing below his crotch was swinging. "How about this? Is it okay?" Zhu Yin flashed its muscles with a smug look on its face. It bent its arms, turned its body to one side, and exerted some force. Immediately, a muscular butt bulged out. Cough. Qin Fanyang felt like his eyes were going blind. "I still have to block it." Qin Fanyang pointed somewhere. "If you go out like this, you'll definitely be arrested for indecent behavior." "What the?" Zhu Yin was shocked. Then, it took a deep breath that had directly used its spiritual energy to compress an object and made a big board. With a smack, it covered its lower body. "This should be okay, right?" "Behind." Qin Fanyang pointed at it, but speechlessly. "You also have to block it." "Sigh. You humans are so troublesome. Why don't you want to transform?" "It's because you can't stand these rules and regulations." Zhu Yin muttered with great dissatisfaction. "It's obviously such a beautiful and majestic body, full of masculine attractiveness, but you actually have to cover the most majestic part. What a waste of God's gift." Qin Fanyang. Finally, both sides were covered. Qin Fanyang sighed. "My space ring is broken. Let's go out first. When we come across a place with human habitation, you can hide first. I'll find a way to get you 2 sets of clothes. Since you want to blend in with the crowd, you have to abide by the human race's rules. Without fixed rules, there's nothing to talk about." Zhu Yin said excitedly. "Okay." Before leaving, Zhu Yin opened its mouth and sucked all the poisonous fog that had accumulated in the canyon over the years into its mouth. Then, it reached out and fished out a round black pearl that was mixed with countless saliva. It handed it over generously. "Noble, this gift is for you." Looking at the sticky saliva on it, and smelling the odor that was dozens of times more complicated and unpleasant than being exposed to the sun for 4 to 5 days in an open-air male toilet in a school with 10,000 students, Qin Fanyang was on the verge of tears. This was too out of the ordinary. But this seemed to be a good thing. It was even a dream-grade, rare treasure. In view of this, Qin Fanyang suppressed his disgust and took the black pearl. "When I seize with Xiao Duo, I'll give this to him. That kid has never had any moral integrity. This kind of thing can only be used to its fullest potential if it's given to him." Qin Fanyang no longer hesitated. He flew up with Zhu Yin. "Don't mess around when you go out." This was what Qin Fanyang was most afraid of. Look at this thing's big belly. Even if they went out to eat, the people in the neighborhood might not be half full. "Don't mess around." Zhu Yin nodded. "If I say you can't do something, then you definitely can't do it." "Can't do it. You have to listen to me. You're my noble. Of course I'll listen to you. You won't go back on your word?" "I won't." Zhu Yin happily walked on a mountain road with its large feet that were 60 yards long. It was inexplicably agitated and only wanted to sing a song. "Zhu Yin am out. Follow me, my noble." Although I'm not sure if that's the case. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. It seemed to jump as it walked. Therefore, the board in front of its lower body swung up again and again. When it landed, the board behind its lower body bounced back again. As it walked, the 2 boards rhythmically slapped its thighs and buttocks. "Pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-pa-pa-pa, pa-pa." Qin Fanyang walked in front with a dark face. "I must get him some clothes as soon as possible. It's so embarrassing that I'm a teacher. I have to be a role model that if someone saw this. It would be better if they only saw it, but if they didn't see it, it would be a disaster." That at the scene of the dragons fighting for ley lines. Outside, the battle inside had just ended. The ley lines were still gushing out. The Heavenly Tao layout and the Great Star Battle layout had not completely dispersed. Department Head Ding and the others were still waiting anxiously. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Rumbled that the dark clouds in the sky immediately became chaotic, boiling endlessly. It was as if the entire sky was a big pot that was boiling and boiling. The extremely intense changes in front of them made everyone speechless. A few dark clouds visible to the naked eye collided with each other as if they were hostile. It was clearly just a collision between clouds, but the result was a violent explosion of lightning and thunder. The mountains and rivers of the 9 prefectures were trembling. Even some of the tall buildings in Shangjing below were on the verge of collapse. Everyone was trembling with fear. The feeling it gave them was that the heavens were furious, or the heavens were fighting, and it seemed to be fighting with all its might. It was a hysterical fight. Chapter 1253. Finally, there was a deafening sound high in the sky. A deep dragon's roar and a clear phoenix's cry sounded at the same time. Then, there was a riot of colors in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A dragon's roar shook the sky. They all clearly saw a huge golden dragon of unknown length suddenly leaping out of the clouds. In an instant, it spanned thousands of miles in the sky. Then, it suddenly disappeared. A short while later, in another direction, a phoenix of similar size appeared. It quietly left the clouds and soared into the 9 heavens. At the highest point, it turned into colorful shards and disappeared with the wind. Some kind of angry and depressed interest surged in everyone's heart. They didn't know why, but they just felt depressed. In any case, they couldn't wait to find someone to fight with their lives. Only then could they vent this inexplicable emotion. The clouds crazily released a storm. Then, they gradually rose and gradually dispersed on the ground. The fog that shrouded the dragons also began to sway. It was dense and unceasingly agitated. Bits of starlight began to dissipate. It was obvious that it was being drawn out or pushed out, as the starlight was being drawn out. The fog became more and more unstable. It's finally going to end. Everyone was on tenterhooks. In the end, who would come out first? A total of 50 people went in. Even if Zhuo wasn't first, he should at least be in the top 3, right? Even if he wasn't in the top 3, he must be in the top 10. Otherwise, how could the minister live with his face? Time passed little by little. The fog rippled more and more violently. It was as if there was a hurricane blowing, but in fact, there was no wind at all. Finally, with a loud bang, the thick fog suddenly dissipated, revealing a cave entrance. The next moment, under everyone's gazes with their mouths wide open and their breaths held dry, the figure was the first to be ejected out of the hole. She had a slim figure and was dressed in white. However, her white clothes were mottled and somewhat unsightly. Could it be Zhuo? It's okay. Zhuo can't be first, but Zhuo can be first. We're all family. But after that figure was ejected, she actually used a very painful and incomparably embarrassing posture to lie heavily on the ground. There was a scream. With a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He said with extreme hatred, "Zhan Xuejuan, Zhuo, you all deserve to die." Everyone was confused. Only then did they recognize that the beauty who was thrown out was Lan Bingrue. Treat her injuries. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School shouted before asking, "What's going on?" Lan Bingrue was weak all over, and her face was full of shame. As she got out of the natural pattern of dragons fighting for the vein, the negative state that was magnified suddenly shrank, and her mind became clear again. Her mind also became stable. She lowered her head and did not speak for a long time. Obviously, her state of mind was lost. "Bingrue, how's your harvest?" asked a vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. Lan Bingrue wanted to say something, but hesitated. Finally, she said with grief and indignation, "My harvest was stolen." Snatched away? Everyone was full of doubts. They didn't know where this snatch came from. According to the practice of the dragon race, wasn't it not allowed to snatch from each other? Wasn't it fine to not move after entering and wait for the Dragon of Providence to appear and choose the fated person? How could it be? Snatched away? My dragon of providence was snatched away by Jean Shuejuan. She's clearly not on the list of participants, but she appeared in it and snatched it with her tyrannical strength. Lan Bingrue fainted after saying that. She had to faint even if she pretended to faint. It was too embarrassing. However, even if she decided to pretend to faint, she still didn't forget to make things difficult for Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. She was obviously hoping to find a reason to save her face. No matter what, as an outstanding genius of the generation, one of the leading figures of the ancestral dragon martial arts students, she was snatched away and didn't get it back. This was too unreasonable. Especially when I'm a beauty. The leaders of the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy ordered people to carry Lan Bingrue away with faces full of astonishment. Minister Ding coughed and said, "Principals, this time's dragon sees the heritage is very different from the past. There are many major changes involved. We can't treat it the same way as before." The principals were puzzled. Change? What change? Yes, change. And this change, after the dragon race ends, no one is allowed to leak the news. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Department Head Ding said seriously. Previously, I asked you to dismiss all the students and unrelated personnel, leaving only the 20 of us. The main purpose is to keep this secret as much as possible. Department Head Ding looked at the people present and said calmly, "I can take responsibility and say that once the news gets out, no matter who it is, everyone present will be in trouble." Looking at the crowd, Department Head Ding narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "This is what the higher-ups said. I hope everyone doesn't make a mistake." Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School's people were shocked. What happened that made Department Head Ding say it was so serious? The principal of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Department Head Ding's voice sounded in his ears. "I've sent you the details, but you should keep this to yourself. The matter of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School isn't over yet. There are still many spies. We have to catch them one by one. It's better to be unlucky than unlucky. Remember, it's better to be unlucky than unlucky." The principal lowered his head and didn't seem to react, but his heart was shocked. Spies. Better to be unlucky than unlucky. He actually used these two words. This meant that the problem was so big that even he couldn't do anything about it. He hurriedly sent back a voice transmission. "Department Head, will the children who participated in this dragon race be in danger?" As the principal, he was concerned about the safety of his students. They were the future of this world. "Yes, many may have died," Department Head Ding said lightly. There were many things and many news that even Department Head Ding didn't know about until just now. It was probably because the person who sent in the voice transmission was in a bad mood. In the end, he just sent a document and left without saying anything else. Department Head Ding relied on his many years of experience in politics, his powerful reasoning and guessing ability, his knowledge as a top student when he was in school, and the worldly wisdom that he had honed over the years to roughly understand this document. Then, he was shocked because of this. If it was according to what was written, the matter was really serious. If it wasn't for the voice transmission saying that the principal of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School was trustworthy and needed his help, Department Head Ding would still be a tight-lipped gourd. He couldn't and didn't dare to reveal any information. The principal, who knew the severity of the matter, sighed. Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School is going to face a serious reorganization. Department Head Ding said, "For so many years, the families that took advantage of the benefits of the dragon race must be completely eliminated." The principal murmured, "Among them, there's the royal family's influence. The royal family's right to speak will be further weakened to the people's livelihood. And these families that took advantage of the benefits will probably be completely suppressed." Department Head Ding said faintly, "This is the minister's intention. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's also because you've been the backbone of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School for so many years. Moreover, you were once the founder of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School. For so many years, among so many seniors in the school, you're the one who understands the situation the most and can convince the public the most. He hopes that you won't make a mistake on this matter. The old principal sighed softly. I understand. In his heart, there was a faint sadness. After so many years, it was finally time for a reshuffle in Shangjing City. And this time, the scope of the reshuffle would affect at least 10 or 20 families, and they would fall straight to the dust from the top circle of Shangjing City. After a while, the students who participated in the dragon race came out one by one, including Zhou Yunqing. Only 7 people came out. After that, there was no movement. Yunqing, where's Xiaoduo? The principal asked. They're still inside, right? Zhou Yunqing was at a loss. How'd he get ejected? He was clearly talking to Xiaoduo just now. In the end, he didn't come out. He could only come out in a daze. Yes, Li Chenglong and the others didn't come out either. Where are the others? The principal's voice trembled. Other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, and the other students from Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School, the others should have all died. Zhou Yunqing's voice was very heavy. They're all dead? Everyone was shocked. Yes, we've been schemed against by the demons this time. The way to obtain the Dragon of Providence this time is completely different from the past. It has to go through a competition between 2 people. The winner gets Providence, and the loser dies directly. There are many people who use forbidden drugs, and there are also many cases of Star Lords possessing bodies. According to Zhuo Xiaoduo, it's the Stargate sect's plan to pry open the dragon race's heavenly Tao pattern to seize the dragon race's providence. Zhou Yunqing said, most of the time, Star Lords possessing bodies happens to the students of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School. I once fought with a Star Lord, and I only obtained the Dragon of Providence after winning by luck. Forbidden drugs? Star Lords possessing bodies? Most of the people who were possessed were students of Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School. The principal's body swayed. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. How big of an educational oversight was this for it to be like this? What happened after the possession? After the possession, other than competing for the Dragon of Providence, they would also kill any student they encountered. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others rushing to help, there would only be more deaths. Zhou Yunqing took a deep breath and recalled his tragic battle. And then they were all killed by us. Yes, it should be said that most of the Star Lords who possessed bodies and those who used forbidden drugs were all killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. That's good. The old principal asked, how much did you get? Chapter 1254. I got a Dragon of Providence, Zhou Yunqing said. Not bad. The old principal was pleased. What about the others? Other than Lan Bingrue, everyone else should have one, including the one from the royal family. What else? The old principal was curious. There should be more Dragons of Providence this time, right? That's all I know. You'll have to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others about the rest. In fact, Zhou Yunqing knew more than the others, but if he said more, it would be tantamount to betraying Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. A total of 4 members of the Wang family went in. The old principal pointed out. Yes, they're all dead. All of them took forbidden drugs, and one of them was killed by me. Zhou Yunqing answered without hesitation. The old principal nodded silently. After Zhou Yunqing left, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan came out together after a while. It was reasonable for Xiang Chong to come out, but Zhan Xuejuan's appearance made everyone's eyes widen. Although everyone knew about Zhan Xuejuan's existence through Lan Bingrue's explanation, Lan Bingrue was right. This girl was not on the list. More importantly, or rather a more serious problem, how'd she get in? This was not only a violation of the rules, but also a violation of the bottom line. If there was really a way or method to bring people who were not on the list into the dragon fight for the heritage, how could there be rules in the future? But Minister Ding said telepathically, this is a destined person. Don't expose it. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Minister Ding, what you said is so profound that we don't understand. But it's okay, just shut up. Minister Ding presided over the situation with an unfathomable expression, but in fact, he was also confused. I don't understand either. Was a destined person. Who can explain it to me? But that it's okay if you don't understand. It's a crime to ask. After a long while, Yu Moyen and the others came out in 2s and 3s. In the end, only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian remained. After another hour, Zhuo Xiaonian also came out. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo was still inside. According to the rules of the dragons snatching mountain range in the past, the one who came out the earliest would reap the most rewards. If that was the case, wouldn't Zhuo Xiaoduo, who everyone had high hopes for, be the one who gained the least? He might even be the one who did not gain anything at all. When he asked the group of people how much they had obtained on this trip, there was only one answer, and it was the same. One. There's really only one. When it was Li Qinglong's turn, he said, "Although I want a lot, it seems that each person can only get one." Zhuo Xiaonian also came out. Xiaonian. Minister Ding smiled kindly. "How many dragons of providence did you get?" "One." Zhuo Xiaonian answered seriously and meticulously. Okay, one good. Minister Ding laughed loudly and seemed very satisfied. Then he secretly said, "Xiaonian, tell Uncle Ding, how many did you get?" Zhuo Xiaonian said, "Uncle Ding, it's really only one." Minister Ding, that this girl had learned bad things from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, after another 2 hours, Zhuo Xiaoduo came out. Xiaoduo. Minister Ding laughed. "If I'm not wrong, you must have only gotten one dragon of providence too." "Uncle Ding, you're really smart." Zhuo Xiaoduo exclaimed. "You're so accurate. You're really amazing." Minister Ding's face twitched, then he smiled kindly. "Are you tired? Go back and have a good rest." "Okay. Is there anything else after the dragons snatched the heritage?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. "No." Minister Ding then asked, "Hey, what about the others? Those who took forbidden drugs deserve to die, but those who were possessed by Lord Taibai jinxing? After Lord Taibai jinxing was annihilated, where did the possessed people go?" "Huh? Possessed by Lord Taibai jinxing?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was so scared that his expression changed. "I didn't see them. How would I know where they went? Why are you asking me?" Minister Ding laughed. "It's good that you didn't return empty-handed." "Ha ha." On the side, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and the other higher-ups also laughed. Very good. Then, everyone gathered together and started asking questions. Other than Zhou Yinqing, who gave more information, the other 5 people who came out basically didn't know anything. They were really lucky and didn't encounter any strong competitors. After killing the other party, they had been healing or collecting dragons of providence. When it was time, they came out. They didn't even notice that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had entered their space. Lan Bingrue, who was unconscious, was the most miserable. She knew very well who had snatched her, but she had finished talking and was now unconscious, and was being treated. As for Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan, they denied all the accusations. "I didn't snatch anyone else's." The opponent was very strong. "I killed him and got the dragon of providence. Then I came out." Li Qinglong and the others were even more sincere. "Others? I didn't see them. Wasn't it just 2 people in one area? You got it after defeating them. It's no big deal. I really didn't see anyone else." "Then do you know who you defeated?" "I really don't know. We didn't talk much. I can describe it to you. The process was very simple. Just do it. Don't talk nonsense." "Where are they?" "I don't know. We didn't kill anyone. We were just a little lucky. That's all." Everyone spoke one by one with an innocent look on their faces. "What are you asking? We don't know anything." All the higher-ups were extremely depressed. These little bastards were clearly colluding with each other. However, there was nothing they could do to these guys who were led by the strongest second-generation Zhuo Xiaoduo. Especially when they knew that maybe Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't say anything, but there was still a problem among them. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to ask. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others left Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu without leaving any useful information. Department Head Ding was clearly controlling the pace of the process. Although Department Head Ding was obviously very angry, he was firmly on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side from the beginning to the end. Whenever Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu asked a sensitive question, Department head one would jump out at the right time to interrupt. After the routine summary, Xiaoduo and the others left. Department head one called everyone for a meeting. The old principal was so anxious that his mouth was dry. He said telepathically, "Department head, 50 people went in, but only 23 people came out in the end, including those who didn't have the quota. A total of 27 people are missing." Yes, it's these 27 names. From today onwards, thoroughly investigate their family background and their contact with the outside world during this period of time. Department head Ding said faintly. The thorough investigation will start from here. Tomorrow, the martial arts department will have a meeting to deploy the operation. The heads of all departments will be present, and the principal of Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu will be present. This time, the dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end. Department head Ding hurriedly left as soon as he finished speaking. Many higher-ups of Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu came to the principal to inquire about the situation. "Principal, what's the situation?" The principal looked old. "I don't know. We'll know when the meeting starts tomorrow. Don't worry. This matter is very strange." "Principal, did you and Department head Ding talk for so long, but didn't say anything?" A vice principal asked suspiciously. "Haha, since Department head Ding and I chose to communicate through telepathy, it's only to keep it a secret. If I told you everything, why would I use telepathy?" The principal rolled his eyes and looked at the vice principal with the surname Jean. Yes, I was wrong." "Humph." The principal left with a displeased expression. Xiaoduo and the others had already returned to Xiaoyan's small courtyard. Wang Lingyun moved a chair and sat at the door. She stretched her neck and waited for a long time. "You're back." Seeing that everyone returned unscathed, Wang Lingyun immediately smiled. "We're back." Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, "The dragons fighting for the heritage has come to an end. I'm afraid the higher-ups will make a move on the Wang family soon." "Wang Lingyun, if you have any thoughts, it's not too late to say it now." Wang Lingyun sighed. "The country has its laws, the martial arts world has its principles, and the continent has its own rules. I don't have any thoughts. If Grandpa was still alive, he wouldn't ask for mercy. If the Wang family is spared this time, even if it's just a small opening, there will be a precedent. In the future, similar openings will be torn apart in the whole continent. Making a contribution is not to commit crimes in the future. This is what our ancestors said. So, just do whatever you want." Xiaoduo was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, let's digest the results of this trip and launch a full-scale operation later." At this time, Qin Fangyang was already sitting in a private room in a restaurant. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand and wearing a storage ring on his finger. These are the spoils of war that Qin Fangyang had robbed a local gang. Qin Fangyang had never been a pedantic person. It was not difficult for him to use some means to achieve this goal. Moreover, he felt quite at ease about robbing a gang. If he had the ability, why didn't he go to the battlefield? Why did he join a gang? He did not contribute to the country, the people, or the continent, but join a gang that what's the big deal about robbing a little dot opposite Qin Fangyang was Zhu Yin, who was already wearing the largest size of clothes, but was still so full that both his top and pants were about to burst. The largest cloak in the ready-made clothing store was only half a windbreaker on this guy. Qin Fangyang already knew most of what had happened in Shangjing during this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden arrival and revenge for his master, and then a series of events, including the Wang family's attitude, the Liu family's attitude, He Yuanyue's true identity. And the matter of He Yuanyue's grave being dug. Chapter 1255. Qin Fangyang did not know what to feel. He was furious for a moment and sighed softly. Wang family, Wang family. Qin Fangyang's eyes shone with a cold light. Up until now, Xiaoduo and the others had already turned the matter upside down, and everyone knew about it. But as the person involved in the fuse, Qin Fangyang only now knew who his enemy was. The cause and effect, all the reasons, all one needed to do was to search online, and everything would be clear. Qianqian's grave. Qin Fangyang's body emitted a cold aura. Liu family. Qin Fanyang fell silent. His face was calm as he exhaled softly. Huff huff. Delicious. The Zhu Yin grabbed a complete beef thigh bone and put it into its mouth. It chewed and swallowed with loud, crunching sounds. It ate heartily, craving for more flavor after tasting it. You can't eat the bones. Qin Fanyang frowned helplessly. Why can't you eat it? Zhu Yin, who really relished the taste, argued, it's crunchy, so delicious, so fragrant. Besides, if you don't eat the bones, the marrow inside will be wasted. Use this, Qin Fanyang said as he handed over a straw. Zhu Yin took it and looked at it. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed, stretched his neck and swallowed. He shook his head and said discontentedly, how can this be better than beef bones? It has no taste at all. Qin Fanyang was speechless. He looked at the 3 big basins of beef that weighed more than 100 catties and saw that they were almost finished. Zhu Yin picked up the last basin and went to the boss. I say, you're a businessman. How can you prepare so little? Hurry up and serve more dishes. Cough. Brother, how much more do you want? I'll prepare it for you right away. 3 more cows. 3 first. If it's not enough, we'll talk again. Qin Fanyang quietly turned his back to the window. He took out the phone he snatched and skillfully dialed Zhuo Xiaoduo's number. I'm back. Everything will be settled. But before that, Xiaoduo had already stirred up a lot of trouble in order to avenge me. He should not be born by this child. Qin Fanyang was lost in thought as the phone rang. The Sky Inspector Minister said that he was a close friend of his. So, Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually the minister's son. But this thought flashed through his mind. The minister's son. This did not make much of a difference to Qin Fanyang. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was still that little monkey who made me so angry, and I liked him. When she wanted to teach her a lesson, she would whip her belt to teach her a lesson. Beep, beep. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest returned to the small courtyard, their hearts were filled with eagerness and eagerness. Heavens know how far they had been able to reach originally, and they did not know how far they had to be. Not know how far the expansion was not know how far the expansion, God knows how. Because fate energy was added to the body, it was not just a matter of good luck. It was similar to the effect of Zhuo Xiaoduo's fate points. It nourished the body, the soul, and even the meridians. There was nothing that could not be done, but the most direct and obvious way of using it was that if Li Chenglong had reached the peak of a realm before this and could suppress it 12 times, after this infusion, he could suppress it to at least 15 or 16 times. What was even more delightful was that the heavenly providence obtained this time was the so-called Qi of merit. After the dragon's snatching meridians ended, it was directly integrated into the life chart and could no longer be taken away by external forces. Although Li Chenglong and the heavens knew that they had obtained great benefits, they still had to cultivate and experience the specific benefits. Only then could they know and understand. Okay, I know you can't wait. Go and cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and shooed everyone away as if he was shooing away flies. Amidst the joy, meow, 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 a series of strange meows came out. It was a meow that was full of coquettishness and complacency, and it suddenly sounded. Everyone could not help but turn their heads and look in the direction of the sound. They saw Zhuo Xiaoduo taking out his cell phone in a hurry. Everyone's expression was strange. So cell phone ringtone was really different. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to be calm and looked at it. It was an unknown number, but to hide the awkwardness, he picked it up. Hello, who is this? Where are you? Send me your location. A calm voice came from the phone. It was this voice. It was only a few words, but the voice was very familiar. However, this familiar voice made Zhuo Xiaoduo fall into a state of daze. He was as stiff as a statue on the spot. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not the only one who fell into a state of daze. Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others who were about to leave fell into a frozen atmosphere because of this voice. Suddenly, their eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. They were full of hope and hope, but they were afraid that it was just a dream. They could not believe it and did not dare to move. That was surprise, expectation, and ecstasy. However, they were also nervous, afraid that they would disturb this moment of joy. "You are Teacher Qin Fanyang?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was already trembling and out of tune as he asked. "Nonsense. Don't tell me you can't recognize my voice. You are a bastard who deceives your teacher." An angry rebuke came from the phone. However, it could be heard that the person on the other side was just trying to control his emotions. It was all fake, that the voice on the other side was also trembling. It was just that he took the initiative to call and had already made mental assumptions. Therefore, he appeared to be relatively calm. In fact, who could not know the truth and what he was thinking? Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others jumped up together. Wahahaha. Ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo spun in circles. "Old Qin is not dead. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Teacher Qin is not dead. Ha. As expected, good people do not live long. Old Qin is actually not dead." Li Chenglong grabbed Xiang Chong and started beating him up. Oh. Teacher Qin is not dead. Zhang Xuejuan dragged Xiang Chong out in dissatisfaction. "You are so excited. Why are you beating Xiang Chong?" Over here, the group of people danced wildly and cried excitedly. On the other side, Qin Fanyang's eyes were also red. He resisted the urge to sob and said angrily, "What are you shouting for? Can you be more serious? Hurry up." Immediately, Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and shouted, "Silence. I am going to send our positions to Teacher Qin now. Everyone, stand at attention." Oh. Li Chenglong and the others ignored him and continued to dance wildly. Zhuo Xiaoduo clumsily sent their positions. In his hurry, he actually typed the wrong word. He deleted it and typed it again. As he typed, he screamed, I cried for nothing. How are you going to pay for this? My tears are very valuable." That's right. 10 minutes later, Qin Fanyang stood proudly in front of the door of the small courtyard with the unwilling Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was still complaining. "I'm not full yet." Qin Fanyang turned a deaf ear. "Full? You are thinking too much. With your size full. Haha. When the various races return, you can go to the battlefield to eat. Sensing Qin Fanyang's arrival, the door opened suddenly. Immediately, a few guys rushed out like a tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, they hung all over Qin Fanyang's body. Even though Qin Fanyang's body was tall, he suddenly became bloated. It was as if his body was covered with koalas. One was hanging from his shoulders, his neck, his waist, his 2 legs, and the last one was hanging on his back. Come down, all of you come down." Qin Fanyang's face darkened, and he pretended to be very unhappy. "You're all so big. What a scandal. You are a joke. It is your business to be laughed at, but don't drag me down." "No, we are not going down. Who told you to scare us?" Oh. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest finally got down from Qin Fanyang's body and surrounded him with red eyes. From time to time, they would touch his hands and arms, afraid that this was just a dream. They were even more afraid that they would disturb this dream, causing it to end in a single day and turn into nothing. Qin Fanyang was also emotional, but he still had to maintain his image and maintain the elegant temperament of a teacher. The group entered the living room and sat down. Qin Fanyang first greeted Wang Lingyun very politely, then began to talk. "How did it go?" Qin Fanyang asked. "It went very smoothly." The one who spoke was not Zhuo Xiaoduo, but Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong was an expert when it came to retelling the story. In just a short while, he had already straightened out everything from the beginning. Everything was clearly organized and linked together. We didn't know about this at first. It was after we came. First, then, and then. Finally, Li Chenglong said confidently, "Teacher Qin, don't worry. None of the Wang family members will escape." Qin Fanyang pondered for a moment. "You guys also caused the storm on the internet." During this period of time, the condemnation on the internet did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. As for the Wang family, at the beginning they still fought back and struggled. Now, Even their only counterattack had stopped. They had completely given up. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that the Wang family's internet company had somehow leaked the location of their office. Some angry students rushed in and directly destroyed the entire building. All the perpetrators were arrested and fined 5,000 Astral Souls coins each. After 6 hours of education, they were released. When a certain tycoon found out about this, he immediately posted on the internet, "I will pay for the fine." Suddenly, "I will pay for it." These 3 words flooded the internet. Qin Fangyang listened and was originally filled with anger. Later, he was filled with gratification and satisfaction. These are my students. Chapter 1256. Right now, everyone in Shangjing, including both the military and the government, and even the major clans, are staring at the Wang clan and their allied clans. Some are eyeing them covetously, some are kicking them when they are down, and some are treating them as enemies. Those who can't wait to kill them with their blades are all looking up to them. They could be said to be condemned by everyone, and their ending is already set. Li Chenglong smiled. "That's why you don't have to worry, Teacher Qin." "I'm not worried." Qin Fangyang breathed a long sigh of relief and said warmly, "With all of you around, I suddenly feel that even this grudge isn't that important. Most importantly, all of you have entered the dragons, seized the heritage, and gained something. This is Qianqian and my greatest wish. To be able to achieve this goal, even if I really die, I can rest in peace and don't have to seek revenge." Qin Fangyang sighed emotionally. These were all words from the bottom of his heart. They came from the bottom of his heart and were not fake at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not report the mission, and instead turned to look at the big guy beside Qin Fangyang. It was strange, no matter how one looked at it. Delighted by the prospect, it circled the scarlet ape twice. The scarlet ape was shocked ever since it entered the small courtyard. With its knowledge, it naturally sensed clearly at first glance that the small courtyard was filled with extremely rich fortune energy, as well as an even more terrifying amount of virtue energy. Where was this place? How could there be a realm in this realm where so much fortune energy was gathered? The scarlet ape was truly shocked. It wondered, where did all these children come from? They couldn't all be the reincarnation of Grand Luo or the rebirth of saints, could they? This had it felt uncomfortable when it saw Zhuo Xiaoduo circling it. At the same time, it was clear that although the little guy's strength was impressive, it was still far from its own. Dealing with him was just a matter of venting its anger, but this kid's fortune energy, and fortune path. It could not afford to provoke him. As a monster without roots, the scarlet ape knew very well where it stood. Back then, it was hated by gods and hated by ghosts, an existence that the saints did not think highly of. Its situation was more than tragic. Even though he was powerful, not many demons were willing to play with him. The main thing was that whoever followed him would be unlucky. Many primordial chaos realm, zenith heavenly realm demons, and mighty figures have been killed because they were with him. There was no exception that could suppress his bad luck. The reason for this was really hard to explain. Thinking back to the myriad immortal assembly that time, he just happened to be there and was drinking happily. But who would have thought that at that moment, he would encounter a powerful existence that was undergoing the Grand Luo tribulation below? The person undergoing the tribulation was the most secretive. Who would know that he was hiding underground to undergo the tribulation? Who knows? However, this sudden lightning strike instantly reduced the number of participants of the myriad immortal assembly by 40 to 50%. At that time, he was the one who volunteered to lead the remaining half of his companions to escape. At that time, everyone clearly praised him and almost praised him as the savior of the world. Then, along the way, they encountered Her Majesty the Demon King battling the 5 Zhu Wu. Who would have thought that when he led his companions into a quiet area of the sky, it just so happened to be the battlefield between the two sides. And the timing just so happened to be the moment when both sides were preparing their big moves, waiting for the rain to come. He led a large group of his companions and rushed to the central area. With a rumble, both sides released their big moves at the same time, trapping him and his companions like dumplings. More than half of the remaining participants of the myriad immortal assembly were buried inside, leaving only a few hundred little fish and shrimps with the best luck. Then, those fellows did not dare to go with him, even if they were beaten to death. Everyone split up and went their separate ways, leaving each to their own fate. At that time, he was still somewhat popular. So many people had abandoned him, but only 2 of his good brothers were still determined to go with him. If only he had not met His Majesty Dongwang on the way, and had not killed his 2 brothers who blocked the way, if he could have the support of his brothers, why would he drag his dying life and flee to his best friend's place? The foot of Mount Buzhou. Everyone knew that Mount Buzhou was a huge mountain that had existed since the beginning of the world, and was praised as the pillar of heaven and earth. If he hid there to heal himself, he would at least have some peace and quiet, right? But who would have thought that the 2 ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe would be so crazy that they would start a fight over there? No one would care about their internal strife, but their pitiful brother would be implicated and lose his life. Then, Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven and earth, also collapsed, and the sky collapsed. Therefore, he hurriedly fled for his life, dragging his last breath to the North Sea Black Tortoise's home to heal himself. They were all demon beasts, and the old tortoise took good care of him. It said that it rarely moved in hundreds of millions of years, and even if it was a disaster of heaven and earth, it would only find those who were determined and capable. Then, Empress Wakame beheaded the tortoise, and took its 4 legs to mend the sky. Sigh, wasn't this just like a beast sitting at home, and disaster came from the sky? But after that, Zhu Yan was shocked to find that he could no longer get rid of the name of Jinx. Since then, he had solidified his name as the Beast of Misfortune, and no one liked him anymore. Everywhere he went, there would be curses, and all living creatures would avoid him, fearing that they would not be able to catch up to him. What are you doing here? Get lost. Such words were not said by just one human or demon. Almost all of them scolded him like that. Everywhere he went, there would be waves of curses like that. There was really no other demon beast that could live like this. Zhu Yan lived like this for a period of time, and felt that he needed a guiding light to get rid of or escape from this predicament. Finally, he gathered his courage and went to find the Jade Pure Sage, who was said to be the easiest to talk to. Then, the Jade Pure Sage kindly received him and told him that this was not his fault. With the sage's endorsement, he could rest assured, right? Zhu Yan still felt uneasy and went to ask the Shanqing Sage for help. The Shanqing Sage taught without discrimination and also comforted him after receiving him. He actually gained the recognition of 2 great sages at the same time. This matter should be settled, right? Zhu Yan indeed had a peaceful period of time because of this. But after that, why was it blamed for the betrayal of the Jade Pure Sage's disciples? The Shanqing Sage's great sect disappeared, and it was blamed on him? That was the tribulation of heaven and earth. Okay? Why was it blamed on him? Why? In the end, the disciples of the 2 sages wanted to kill him. Who did he offend? He, who was at his wit's end, used all means and finally got a treasure. He begged to see His Majesty Dongwang, presented the most needed material of the Dongwang bell, and asked His Majesty Dongwang a question with trepidation. His Majesty Dongwang then said to him, "Find a place to sleep. Don't come out even if the sky falls. There is probably no place for you in this world, unless you meet your benefactor one day, and that will be your chance to be born." After saying this, His Majesty Dongwang ran away as if he was running for his life. It was said that not long after, His Majesty Dongwang was attacked by the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix. It was said that even the innate supreme treasure Dongwang bell was almost broken. But this can't be blamed on me, right? But after that, even the sages didn't want to see me. That everyone said that I had harmed 3 sages in succession. Point 1 damaged the fate of the disciples, 1 destroyed the orthodoxy of the inheritance, and 1 damaged the life treasure. Where did all this nonsense come from? But after that, my name had really reached the point where all living beings would flee upon hearing my name. But where could I go to reason with this? Ever since I started cultivating, I have only fought a few rounds, and I have never talked about the right and wrong of the living beings in this world. How did I become the beast of misfortune? I only went to the Myriad Immortals Assembly to join in the fun. Was I wrong? The one who is going through the tribulation below has nothing to do with me. How can I be blamed? Can I be blamed? If I don't go, won't he still go through the tribulation? Could it be that because I don't go, he won't go through the tribulation? What a joke. At that time, under the heavenly tribulation, who knew which direction to escape in? At first, I relied on my big body, and the group of beasts behind me used me as a cover to rush out of the range of the lightning tribulation. So many beasts kept thanking me. How can I be blamed? Who knew that the demon emperor would have a decisive battle in such a secluded place? Moreover, both sides of the battle had already prepared their big moves. Two of my brothers ran with me, and by chance, they met His Majesty Dongwang. Wasn't I just out in the end? Zhuyin thought it through. I should just follow His Majesty Donghuang's instructions and hide. When I meet a benefactor in the future, I'll naturally be able to see the light of day again and transcend the mortal world. Now, I've finally met one. This means that His Majesty Donghuang is right. This is what it means to be truly resourceful and farsighted. When I see His Majesty Donghuang in the future, I must kowtow to him a few times, the kind that is sincere. But then I followed the benefactor and came to this place full of luck and luck. My eyes are filled with the aura of merit. As expected, the benefactor brought me to see the world, the real world. At this moment, seeing Zhuo, the real son of luck, circling around him, Zhuyin was even more obedient. I'm very obedient. Kid, if anything happens to you, don't blame me. You can't blame me for it. Chapter 12:57. Zhuyin carefully retracted his aura and looked at Zhuo. I really don't want to hurt you. Then he saw this fellow circling around him, then circling him once more. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. Why? Are you circling me? Zhuyin scratched his head. Why are you so burly? Zhuo was very curious. It was rare to see such a burly giant. Even Uncle Nan Zhengqian was not as strong as this guy. Among his friends, Xiangchong was the tallest. But Xiangchong was at least 2 heads shorter than this guy. It was simply when he saw this body, words like burly, valiant, strong, and so on automatically came to his mind. I look like this. Is there a problem? Zhuyin scratched his head. Was he burly? How's your cultivation base? What level is it? Zhuo asked. Zhuyin nodded honestly. It's okay. Okay. How good is it? How good? Zhuyin was dumbfounded by this question. After thinking for a long time, he said, in today's world, under normal circumstances, I should be able to fight a dozen. This answer shocked Zhuo. Zhuyan's tone was extraordinarily arrogant. That's good. We have something urgent to deal with. I haven't seen my teacher for a long time and can't leave. Do you have time? Zhuo asked. Yes. How could Zhuyin say no? This was his benefactor's student. Then Zhuo took out a strange piece of paper and said, do you see this piece of paper? Go to the printing factory. I'll tell you how to get there. Go and fetch all the printed ones for me. Zhuo still had to discuss with Teacher Qin how to deal with the Wang family. He felt that so far, there was no difficulty at all. The only thing to consider was what to do afterward. Even though the entire nation was denouncing the Wang clan, it was as if the Wang clan was a rat crossing the street, and the clan was at the end of its road. However, once the Wang family was massacred, the topic of discussion would be incomparably huge. Moreover, there would definitely be countless verbal and written condemnations. That was for sure. Zhuo had always advocated a frontal extermination. They would kill their way over and make rivers of blood flow. However, Li Chenglong firmly opposed this plan. What Li Chenglong was worried about was, when the Wang clan was still around, the War God clan was their protective talisman, but at the same time, it was also their death talisman. Everyone stood on the moral high ground and condemned them in speech and in writing. However, if the Wang family was no longer around, then the Aries family would become the most important and sharpest weapon for the public to attack Zhuo. At that time, He, the god of war who once protected the continent, was exterminated by the second generation as Zhuo for personal reasons. TSK. One could imagine that there would be a huge market for this kind of talk. Humans were such strange animals. There would always be such a group of people. Although they didn't know the truth, this didn't prevent them from hurting others. Li Chenglong didn't care about the life and death of the Wang family at all. What he cared about was that this matter couldn't leave a huge stain on Zhuo's life. Yes, the world was so complicated. Although the Wang family was being pushed down by everyone and the whole country was crazily cursing them, Zhuo's killing of the Wang family could still become a stain on Zhuo's life record. Massacring the War God clan. It was that simple. A stain, coupled with countless controversies in the future generations. However, Li Chenglong didn't want to see this kind of situation. Therefore, Zhuo felt that he had to discuss this matter with Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin was eager for revenge and definitely wouldn't be overcautious like Li Chenglong. That's it. Simple. Zhu Yin felt that this matter was really not difficult. He had lived in a place where creatures gathered in the past. No matter how the outside world changed with each passing day, his nature was still the same. Let's go out for a walk. He immediately took the map and put the piece of paper into his pocket. After saying goodbye to Qin Fangyang, he excitedly set off. Although Qin Fangyang felt that this guy might not know the way, he saw that Zhuo had introduced him in such detail and left his phone number, so he let him go. However, Zhu Yin didn't go far before he got lost. He had just come out from the bottom of the mountain and didn't know what the common means of transportation in the market were. Moreover, with this guy's size, ordinary public buses couldn't fit him at all. Most private cars couldn't fit him either. His knowledge of living creatures gathering in the past was completely useless. Zhu Yin wasn't annoyed. He leaped into the air and looked around. After looking around for a long time, he found a place that seemed to be similar. He flew through the air and landed on his destination. However, after landing, he found that the place wasn't right. Where am I? Why is there a fragrant smell everywhere? I seem to be a little hungry. Then, he looked in the direction of the smell and saw a large door. It was a very grand door. Two people walked out from it. Zhu Yin couldn't help but be amused when he saw them. These two people were both Dao integration stage cultivators and could be considered to be quite capable. He was excited to see them and wanted to ask where this place was. It would be even better if they knew his destination. The two people opposite him were very surprised when they saw Zhu Yin. They were Dao integration stage cultivators after all. How could they not know that this burly giant in front of them was a super expert? And now is the time when our Wang family needs such super experts the most. If we want to find someone capable now, it's really too difficult. Look at how ignorant this guy is. It seems like he doesn't know anything. I like this kind of people the most. They immediately tried to befriend him and flatter him. Zhu Yin originally went over to ask for directions. However, as they talked, the two sides became friends. The two people warmly invited Zhu Yin to their house. Zhu Yin refused repeatedly. I still have something to do. I really have something to do. However, the two people insisted that if he had something to do, there was no need to hurry, right? Besides, what's wrong with delaying him for half an hour? We hit it off right away. Why don't we have the opportunity to treat him to a meal? Zhu Yin felt even hungrier at the mention of a meal. Thus, he asked casually, "Can I fill my stomach?" The two people repeatedly said yes. Zhu Yin rubbed his belly and thought for a while. It didn't seem like a big deal to have a meal first. After all, he hadn't had a full meal for hundreds of thousands of years. The temptation of having a full stomach was too great for Zhu Yin. Thus, he followed the two people inside. Thus, the two of them happily brought the beast of misfortune back to their own home. Then, they naturally serve him with good wine and good food. Even though they saw that Zhu Yan's appetite was ridiculously large, the two people didn't mind at all. Instead, they felt more and more alike. There was a chance. Thus, they found dozens of people to work in the kitchen. All kinds of delicious meat dishes were directly served in bowls that Zhu Yin ate to his heart's content. At first, he was a little reserved. Later on, he simply ate half a bowl in one mouthful. Moreover, they were still able to provide him with food. He couldn't help but sigh at how there were still many good people in this world. And right at this moment, the fortune of the Wang family had plummeted after the dragons snatched their veins. It was practically snatched away until nothing was left. One had to know that the Wang family was participating in the Heavenly Tao plot, the Star Battle plot. The Wang family was participating in this plot as mortals, directly and indirectly assisting the Stargate sect to pry open the Heavenly Tao structure. This was undoubtedly a heaven-defying act. Since they were going against the heavens and didn't succeed, what followed was naturally the backlash of the Heavenly Tao, and the will of the Heavenly Tao in the sky, no matter which one it was extremely furious. Clouds and mist gradually gathered in the sky above the Wang family. This kind of situation had only happened once in recent years, and that was when Wu Taijiang interfered in the Heavenly Tao plot and was almost struck to death by lightning. However, the impact of that time was only limited, and the backlash of the Heavenly Tao was also relatively limited. But this time, it directly moved the Heavenly Tao structure, causing a fundamental difference to appear in the originally established Heavenly Tao structure. The attack range was more than just a little wider. Tribulation lightning gathered densely and suddenly took shape. Just as it was about to strike, they discovered there was an expert in the Wang family. If ordinary tribulation lightning struck, it would probably be beaten back. How could the Heavenly Tao tolerate such provocation? The heavenly thunder of purple cloud rumbled down even more. Zhu Yin knew that there was tribulation lightning in the sky, but had never gone through tribulation before, and there was no one in the entire courtyard of the Wang family who had gone through tribulation. Therefore, Zhu Yin subconsciously thought that someone else had broken through. But it wasn't here, and this place was only affected. He had experienced this kind of thing many times, such as when he was at the foot of the mountain not long ago, or the unexpected disaster during the Myriad Immortals assembly in the past, and so on. Since ancient times, it was already a common occurrence, so he didn't think it was strange. He sighed as he ate. Since ancient times, there were great talents everywhere, and the city he was in now was especially full of geniuses. A heavenly thunder of purple cloud suddenly struck down from above. Zhu Yan's entire person, no, its entire beast was shocked. Fuck, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The rumbling heavenly thunder of purple cloud flickered with a purple light that made even Zhu Yan want to piss his pants. It landed in the courtyard of the Wang family with an earth-shattering power. Zhu Yan was the first to bear the brunt of several strikes, and before it could eat its fill, it was struck by lightning. Where the hell could it go to reason with this? But in the eyes of the tribulation lightning, Zhu Yan was protecting the Wang family. In the Wang family's stuffing and swallowing, what else could it not understand? Boom, boom, boom. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder of purple cloud fell, each heavier than the last. By the time the last bolt hit, Zhu Yan was almost cooked. It had no choice but to reveal its original form, and forget where it was. It kept drilling down. Anyway, this place had already been blasted into a pit by the heavenly thunder. The tribulation lightning was still rumbling down. Zhu Yan had no choice but to release poisonous gas to corrode the ground with its special skill, so it kept drilling down, borrowing the power of the earth to reduce the mighty power of the tribulation lightning to scare to death. Why was I struck by lightning when I came out to carry out a task? Where did this come from? Zhu Yan dug and drilled with a miserable face. Zhu Yan must be miserable after being struck by the heavenly thunder of purple cloud, but the Wang family could only be more miserable. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.